Welcome to Session 4 of our Sea Dogs GURPS campaign. I am Gigermann, today's GM. We have any business?
I don't think so.
I think everybody's finally got. I was gonna ask about Roger's gear, so I posted that thing on the boards about the navigation stuff. So you hopefully had the opportunity to look at that and decide whether or not you had the right stuff. And I can't remember how much you'd actually spent on it.
I think I do have the right stuff. The price was $500. I think I paid $1,000 to get an extra level of quality.
So you actually bought the kit?
Yeah.
Okay, the 500 was for the +1.
Ah, okay. So does doubling that give me +2 or just shiny and +1?
Well, I suppose you could consider it decorative.
Cool.
But
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, that would work. Now the what is it? Fine is good is ×5 and fine is ×20.
Oh gosh, yeah, no, I couldn't afford that. So the double that I paid is just for filigree and engravings and stuff like that.
So it looks very nice.
It's quite fancy, but it's only +1.
All right, so that is indeed for the kit, then that means that'll apply to pretty much any use of it.
I did
So that
actually
settles
have
that.
something.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so something I figure I probably should mention in game. I think you and I chatted about this briefly offline. Is you have a lot more nautical experience, knowledge than the rest of us do. So you are using the proper terms. However, sometimes we have no idea what that means. For example, the cutter that just showed up, it took me like until 2 days to really realize that thing badly outguns us. Because I heard
that's not necessarily true.
I heard cutter and I thought it's maybe the same size, maybe a little smaller than us. So we should probably keep that in mind.
Well, to be fair,
So
I did plan to go over that when we got to today. Last time it didn't matter as much.
Yeah.
So we're boned.
The term cutter means fast enough to sneak up on a fleet, cut a ship off from it, and destroy it.
Not really. Well, maybe.
No. I thought that was the whole purpose.
No, cutters aren't ships of the line. They're not intended for. Well, I mean, they use them for coastal stuff, like you'll see them most often for Coast Guard or customs vessels, that sort of thing. I'm sure there's a perfectly logical reason why it's called a cutter, but I don't remember it. But yeah, anyway, I planned to go over what that actually meant once we got back to it this time.
No, just keep that in mind the next time you throw out, mizzenmast and foresail and crap like that, because it's like, wait, what? Huh?
Well, you guys are perfectly welcome to throw a flag and say, I have no idea what you just said. And please ask, because somebody watching may not know either.
I think that's the best way to handle it.
So did anybody do any
Point
spends or anything? Swimming. Oh, that's right. You didn't have it, did you?
Yeah,
I'd
I
like to
think
drop
I
a point into
also
accents.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I'd like to drop a point to Axe Mace if possible.
So that's putting you to the second?
Yeah, that be my second point in.
Yeah, I suppose. Call that retroactive. What's that put you up to?
177.
No, I mean on the skill.
Oh, that put me to 12.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I'd like to put a retroactive point and hold out.
Okay.
Yeah, you keep asking where I'm putting stuff, so now I'm getting super paranoid.
Well, you know. That actually, I know you guys had access to that Queen Anne's pistol. That's kind of that's the thing about the Queen Anne pistol is it's more concealable. Somebody actually took that, didn't they?
I had it briefly and then swapped it out. Ultimately, it doesn't matter for me.
I may have removed that off the ship's gear because I made a mistake in that first session and gave you guys all the gear for all the guys that were present, regardless of the fact that 2 of them escaped on foot.
I would like to put a point into observation.
Alright. Oh, Davino still has an unused quirk on his sheet, and I could swear we dealt with that. Like, it seems like we had a conversation about him taking like a gun collector quirk.
Now that you say that, I think I remember right, because it was back when we were talking about the sorting out backstory stuff, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you're right, so I'll add that in.
Alright, well that should be the lot of you. So, harbor log. Crap, what day is it?
7.
We're not in
Hold
a
on.
harbor.
Well, technically you are. No. It's, crap. I don't have a day of the week on there.
Hold on.
I got a stupid calendar right here in the stupid game.
You should
Okay.
look at the calendar.
I'm going to look at the calendar because that's what it's there for. Alright, let's try this again. Harbor log. Saturday, January the 6th, 1725. Ferret Bay at Île-à-Vache. Sometime after noonish. Having just gone ashore and found the Morgan's compass, the expedition heard a cry out of sail and looked to see the Rumjack appear rounding the point to the southwest of the bay.
Oh, it's another ship. Huh.
And just because somebody's going to make the comment, maybe I'll get in the habit. All right, so having just had that discussion about the ship, I was going to introduce the ship. So the ship that's rounding the bay is a... Oh, damn it. First things first. Unfortunately, this is a modern image of the bay, but that'll get the terrain across for you, I'm sure. And
Yeah.
And note the mountains across the strait there. That is Hispaniola. So it's pretty tight in here. Now back to the ship. So a cutter is fairly small as a ship goes, single-masted. This one's 70 tons, so it does outweigh you by half-ish. And they are generally warships, although they're not ships of the line. They're smaller than that. As this thing rounds a bit closer, you can make out that it's got probably 8 guns, and the ports are open.
Since the ports are open, Rogers would like to issue an order.
Okay.
Mr. Bold, rig a spring to the anchor and set it to the capstan.
What the heck did that just mean?
Okay.
It means that we can rotate the ship in place to point our guns wherever we like.
Yeah, but we
Couple
don't
of
have real
points.
guns.
Couple of points about that we need to reestablish. One, you guys are ashore.
Yep.
2, Mr. Bold is at the boat.
You should share your
Crap.
map assignment thing.
I'm getting there.
Should do it now.
And 3, the ship itself is some distance into the bay, so once that order was given, he'd have to go row back out to the ship and start preparing that. And 4,
Well, no. Actually, Rogers would do it himself if Mr.
Well.
Bold was not there.
he's there, he's just down on the beach, whereas you are not currently on the beach. And the other thing is, I have no friggin' clue how to rig a spring. I know about it. I know roughly what it is, but I have yet to find an image or a picture or a description of what the hell it means.
Okay. So basically what it means is you're taking a heavy cable and wrapping it behind the anchor and back onto the ship and hooking it to the capstan so that you can then use the capstan to rotate the ship around the anchor.
Yeah, I still don't know how long that would take.
I'm guessing like an hour.
All right, well, bearing that in mind, it's not that far. So, the map, for the record, last time I had misgridded it. The dimensions were wrong. It is maybe a mile across that bay. And of course, that map there is not exactly accurate either. Surprising no one, I'm sure. So, what happened was you guys were on shore around that area indicated, and the cutter emerged around the point to the southwest. And you figure you probably got 20-30 minutes at most, if they're not pushing it through there.
That seems bad.
How long would it take us to get back to the ship?
Well, I mean, you could run down to the beach and row over there 10 minutes maybe.
Which leaves us with another 10 minutes until they get into shooting range, if they're going to shoot us.
Now, Davino being expert with guns and whatnot, he can look at that ship and say, those are probably 4 to 8 pounders maybe, or maybe 4 and 8 pounders. For reference purposes, your guns are 2 pounders.
That seems small.
They are very small, and you've only got 4 of them.
That's sad.
So, boarding action?
I was thinking all this is gonna turn out really weird.
What would be the average crew on board such a ship?
You would see a crew on there as big as 60, although it doesn't look to be that crowded on there. It's probably not near that much. If it's half, 30 maybe.
So, more than twice our size, more than twice our numbers.
Not fully twice, but getting there.
All right. So, what's the plan? I don't
I
know how we do this stuff.
The hell?
A quick tactical evaluation of our position versus theirs and weighing in
We're in a crap position.
I should make you
guns and
roll
all
that.
that. Why?
Because you don't roll until I ask for it.
Too bad.
You were saying
What can Hayden, work out? If we row back to the ship and get it ready, what's the chances that we could win in a fight?
Okay. First off, you don't know who they are. All that you know is you saw them loading up as you were leaving Kingston, and they clearly followed you here.
And I took notes.
And you took notes, so you did recognize it.
Yes, but they're sailing in with their ports open.
They
So
do
they're
have the
ready to
gun
start
ports open, so they're clearly expecting hostilities, but that doesn't necessarily mean... Oh, and they're also not flying an ensign.
What's that?
The flag.
So
No,
They
they're
have
not
not
flying
identified.
a little
believe that
dude.
these guys are coming at this in a very we're not friendly kind of way.
They have not identified themselves. Yeah. You could, if you interpreted that as potential hostility, you would not, that would not be a stretch, I think.
So
Yeah, firing without identifying yourself is an act of piracy.
So we could potentially make it to our boat, but then we are stuck there, unprepared to face these guys, outmatched. We could sit here and wait to see what they do. Possibly watch them as they take our ship and leave it, or just start blasting away at us while we're on the shore. Yeah, okay.
Now, Hayden, having evaluated the situation tactically, can tell you that their ship is not going to turn yours into splinters in a matter of seconds, but you're not going to be able to take them. And if their crew outnumbers yours that much, you're probably not going to be able to fight them that way.
Are they faster than us?
Not really. Probably not. You're probably about the same. They have a fore and aft rig, which makes them better sailing into the wind. But
how is the wind looking at the moment if we were to take the run option?
It depends on which direction you ran.
Away from them.
Well, they're coming into the bay, so you'd have to go past them. And in that particular case, the wind is coming from the east right now.
So we would actually have the wind's favor.
You would neither have the wind's favor nor disfavor at this point. It's once you get out of the bay that it becomes an issue, depending on which direction you go. Now, of course, your plan was to head east. Do what?
We have a wind token, do we not?
Oh, well, yes, that is true. And it's not showing up in my thing. Why not? Here it is. Yeah, that doesn't work too well. Oh, wait, you're looking at the map. And you're way ahead of me. Damn it, you should have said something.
I did, and then did it.
Yeah, that's roughly correct. So you guys are down here in the bay. Right, so
So given 10 minutes, we would sail past them. They may get a few volleys across us as we pass, but we should be able to escape.
back up a little bit. Not only do you have to row out to the ship, you have to reload, you have to take in the boat, you have to raise the anchor, and then you have to set sail.
Well, these are all the things that I'm trying to evaluate in terms of time and all that sort of stuff.
According to your evaluation, they're going to be here way before you're ready to actually leave.
So we need
So
to
we can't
get
fight and we
Randall on
can't
there
run.
and talk.
Yeah, at sea, at this point, your chances are not good.
Well then, to the away team, Hayden will say, we are in a bit of a predicament. We can neither fight nor run with any chance of success, or with little chance of success. I suggest we try and parley. And hope that they are not immediately aggressive.
As you'll note, Randall's already talking with some of the natives and having them like, hey, pull these chairs over, bring this thing over. Let's get some
Right.
let's make a space for to seat guests, as it were.
Well, the bandits that were living in that house basically say, other white boys coming in to shoot at your white boys. I think we'll let you guys have that.
Very well. Can we borrow these, stumps and such for chairs?
So the former residents of the ruined cottage are going to vacate the area.
Any way we can convince them to join us, and their pay is anything that or part the loot that we possibly procure from should hostilities go down?
If you want to attempt to convince them to stay and aid your cause, that is something you could attempt.
Is this going to be like in Traveler the other night, Mark, where you're trying to get these guys on your side and they're going to get pissed off and shoot you?
Well, we'll see how bad my diplomacy rules are.
What's your angle?
We're awesome PCs.
We're good people, and these people are likely to not care or not deal with you in as hospitable terms as we have. And if things go south, we would hope to aid. We would like their aid against them, because if things go down, they're probably not going to stop at just us. And should we win the day, we'll allow them some reasonable pick of the winnings, or the whatever.
All right, I'll have you go ahead and make the roll, and then we'll deal with the aftermath of it. All right, so you turn to them and, very confident of your position at least, attempt to get them to stay and help fight. And they're like, if we leave, everybody dies and we just come back and get whatever we want.
They've got a valid point there.
I wasn't gonna. I don't know how smart they were. I was kind of hoping they weren't that smart. There it is.
Yeah, well, these guys are professional bandits as far as that's concerned, so that is their main and primary concern. So
We have faith in you, Mark.
They'll leave you to it.
Prep some food. I'll get a.
Yeah. They didn't finish
wait for
off.
them to show up.
They didn't finish off everything you brought over. Now, are you given any commands? You've still got Red with you, and Isaac is in the boat.
Oh.
And then everybody else is on the ship.
Is there any advantage of sending them back to the ship to tell them to defend it at all costs? Prep the guns in secret?
Seems like a terrible idea.
I don't know.
It's up to you guys.
Hayden's the ship guy and strategist, dude. I'm just like, hey, when Hayden said originally we're kind of boned, then the best thing we can do is hope that they come ashore and we can talk our way out of this.
So we should probably go down to meet them.
I thought we were down.
No,
you are
we're
not
still
on
up in
the beach.
Yeah.
You guys are uphill a bit.
The chances are that they will be coming ashore. So even if they do, out of cowardice, gun down the dame before landing, they will still land.
Still, should go down and meet them. It's only polite.
Side note, and of course I didn't actually pull that out. I wanted to. This is the compass that Randall found.
Cool.
There is a cut on it, very obviously deliberate, on the outer ring. I presume that's a pointer.
So what do you do with that thing, Mark?
What thing? I don't know what you guys are talking about. In fact, Mr. Rogers, do you have a fancy compass on you by chance?
On me? No.
But to be fair, it just occurs to me, I've never seen this thing. I think the only one that actually saw it was Randall and Davino.
Yeah, Davino probably saw it.
Does anyone have a compass on them?
I do not seem to have a compass in my toolkit.
Yeah, I think the people that had a compass probably had it on the ship.
Exactly.
Does it actually say
compass.
Salem
No.
on it?
I think it does, and Daniel's just forgot about it. Why am I
No,
the
that's
only one that
entirely your
actually
imagination.
trims my images?
Are you?
Doesn't matter. Moving on. Should go down and meet them.
142, 143, 144, 100. Yeah.
Whether we meet them on good terms or bad will depend on how they treat the dame as they pass her in the bay.
Well, if they see us standing on the beach, they may, investigate and not try to shoot the boat. Besides, we need to pass on to everybody on our ship what's going on, what we're planning.
Well, let's hope so, Article.
As you guys make your way down to the beach, you can observe the Rumjack is easing their way into the bay, and they do shorten sail a bit as they pass near the Gracie, but clearly people pointing to the shoreline, they have seen you on the beach getting arranged, and basically ignore the Grace.
I will turn to the PCs at hand. Remember this number, gentlemen, and I'll give them a number.
What number?
Whatever that number is, I count a set of
What
paces from.
number?
I give you a number of paces that it took from where we first observed all of them, and we started discussing what we were going to do, what options we had. But I don't tell you it's a number of paces. I just say, remember this number.
5.
That's more than 5. It's however many paces. I don't know the paces.
What number?
GM?
Commit.
I don't know. How far up the hill were we? Give you guys a number.
Damn it, that didn't work. Ah. I know how to show the GM roll on the oh, I can just do it that way.
15 paces, really? We were only 15 paces from the shore?
115.
I didn't get your description of exactly what you were attempting there.
I'm trying to give them a number of paces from where I kind of like, I gotta go take a leak while you guys are discussing what our options are.
Well, while you're taking a leak, why don't you pick a number?
Okay, let's establish something then, for just to make sure we got the geography straight. You have 100 yards between where you are to the beach. You have about 300 yards to the ship.
So, from when we first observed them, 100 yards to the beach. We started discussing what we're going to do.
You guys are still at the cottage.
I'll say 125. There. That'll work.
Okay.
Dipping, yeah.
Gotcha.
Out of character, I'm establishing how far from where we are from the beach, where I hid the compass. I don't have the compass on me.
So basically, you went in a straight line from where you landed back behind the cottage, about 25 paces.
Yeah. So, what? Hey, why you guys discuss this? Let me go relieve myself. Hid the compass, and then came back, and then as we left the spot, started, counted the rest of the paces.
Make sure none of the locals saw you do that.
Well, they were all party carousing. That's why I went unobserved. I was whispering with the GM.
Yeah, he did that earlier. Or
They may have
slightly,
seen
slightly
him
earlier.
defecate, so they're like, yeah, we know what he did over there.
So, it took about 20-30 minutes between when you initially spotted it to it past the graceful dame. Having some guys yelled back and forth there, and they broke out the sweeps, the oars, and rowed it and grounded it against the shore over in a deep spot. It's a little farther away from your ship on the beach. It is about 250 yards from your current position. Now, worth noting is that they grounded it. That is, they did not lower a boat because, as you can see, they don't have one.
What,
And that's
if
not
any advantage does that give us? Should we need to beat feet out of here?
Well, they have to get it off the beach.
Is the
I
tide
mean,
coming
they'd
in
have
or
to
out?
push.
It
And our
is
little
currently slack. It's currently slack tide. Actually, I think the tide is still coming in a bit, and then it will be at its peak, and will go
Also-
out again in a couple of hours.
Our little 2-pound guns, weak as they are, can be precisely targeted on things like masts and rudder, while theirs is out of the water.
I don't know if those 2-pounders can do anything to a mast. Maybe. But generally speaking, that is correct. Alright, anyway, so you see them beach. They are a bit down the beach from you, and a bunch of them will start jumping off.
And how many jump off?
Over a dozen. You would probably say they're about half the crew are getting off and half the crew are staying on. It's probably also worth noting that some of the crew that are on there appear to be rigging up the windlass to move the guns.
Boo. To move them off the ship or to move them to point out into the bay?
Your guess is they're probably moving it elsewhere on the ship, probably to point it at yours or potentially to the beach.
Ah, crap.
Before they beach,
It's gonna take a
Hayden
bit,
will
though.
suggest. Did Davino take his big boom stick with us? Or
Yeah.
Mr. Palange, how accurate are you with that weapon?
Their ship is 250 yards.
It wouldn't. They're a bit too far out for it to be effective, as it stands currently.
Is there plenty of cover on the beach?
No, it's a beach.
So all these palm trees that we see in the image are not there at the moment.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's kind of deceptive there. Yeah, this is uphill on that image. So it goes down from there to the beach. Not a very big hill either.
Note my actions. I will be spending the time as we reach the beach, but paying really close
Right.
attention to all the features and whatnot. I'm not even going to care about the boat. I'm going to be like,
The beach is actually, it's a really nice view. You can see pretty well in that image what lays off to the west, or east, excuse me. On the west, it's actually a bit more rocky.
Now we've essentially got what we came for, right?
well,
Did Payne say you guys essentially got what you came for?
I kind of like,
Except you buried it.
right, but I'm not telling you guys that. Like,
So we have no
I
idea whether you've got what we came for.
I can't
Well-
remember if he announced it or not.
No,
I know
he showed it to Davino because Davino
Yep.
was the only one there.
yeah, and
And then
And
we
I'll-
heard the gunfire.
and like, the reason I'm not saying anything is if they start trying to interrogate us, and I want you guys to be able to lie convincingly, like we have no idea what you're talking about. The intent is, I don't want anyone to actually know that Davino knows that I found something,
Okay, well, meanwhile,
and Davino could probably put together the pieces.
so the guys hop off the ship and sort of assemble a bit, and then start making their way over to where you are on the beach. In the meantime, all this time, Red has been like, "Oh my God, I'm gonna friggin' die," and about 15 minutes into it, Isaac has left the boat on the beach because you guys have come down to meet him basically, and he'll come back over to Hayden and say, "What do you want to do, Cap?"
Now, evaluating, if we were to take this opportunity to run now, we would have a significant advantage.
Again, it's going to take you probably 30 minutes to get ready to go.
It'll take them longer, though.
Yeah, maybe. They got a lot more guys.
Plus,
They
they're
beached.
orienting the guns towards the ship.
And they beached, and we can slip anchor if we have to.
True.
And it's
Oh, we can always find out what they want.
The beach, we anchored 300 yards from the beach, so they're not within sort of effective gun range.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are.
Those are cannons. They're not muskets. But for the record, that's about 200 yards into the bay. It was 100 yards down to the beach, so you guys are much closer now.
It'll be fine. We can just talk to them.
They could be friendly.
Yep. That's what I'm gonna go with. I'm about to pull out as much BS fast talk as I can and make
Now-
them so disinterested in us.
Annoy them so much they leave.
If possible.
If you guys are making any sort of martial preparations while they are on their way, do let me know.
Nope. As stated, I'm distracted by an odd bird that Article thinks isn't acting like a normal bird.
I clean my gun. That's my martial preparation.
I was not planning on opening gun ports, just getting them ready. So I intended to turn
We're
the
still
ship.
on the beach.
Well, I'm talking about on the ship. Rogers is on the ship still.
No.
No?
No, we're all on the beach. The away
Oh,
team was
my
the
mistake.
PCs plus a few others, I think.
Okay. I
Oh.
guess it's time for me to bring that up.
I missed that.
Does okay. I understand why you why you were saying what you were saying earlier. Now, that's just right. Gotcha.
Okay, let's make sure this is correct.
I kind of like this. This is pretty cool.
This is awesome. I like this.
That's
I can actually think of other games that this would be good for, just like a Starship game, and it's just like, oh yeah, everybody's here, and like put the named characters where they're at.
Yeah.
All right, so now Rogers is on the beach with the rest of the actual PCs.
Understood.
And actually,
My bad.
I think Red was with you guys, but right now you guys are close enough to the boats that it really doesn't matter. Okay, so the gaggle of strangers approaches.
greet them heartily.
They appear to be deferential to one fellow here. And as he approaches, you recognize this man, as they called him Handsome Ned back in Kingston. He runs a trade house, and you guys may have actually done some business with him here and there during the last 6 months. Of course, that doesn't explain why he's here.
Nope.
He does not look at all concerned about the situation. He feels very confident.
We'll greet him.
And he will respond with I'm not here to blow smoke up your ass. Have you found it?
If you speak of whatever Morgan may have left behind, unfortunately, no. Dry brick and some strange markings was all that he left. And I point up to the cabin area, up there.
Now you're BSing.
I'm BSing. See, he gets a roll, but I don't get a roll to make it difficult for him to read my expression.
No, he gets a will roll to resist whatever you're about to do.
Fast talk.
Is that fast?
I'm gonna presume that's fast talk, unless you're gonna try to pull something else there.
Do I do that or do I luck it? Is that enough?
Well, I don't know. It's not bad.
By 6 is pretty good.
Yeah, I suspect several of us are going to look at him and go, really? We wasted 3 days coming here?
Put it this way, I believe you.
Davino, no, the true thing is does Davino believe me? He was there, he saw it. Make your will roll, Davino.
Why not?
I'm just kidding, because I think it's hilarious. Like, wait, huh?
Then after that, he says, well, if you found it or not, that doesn't really matter. You know about it.
I lost a doubloon. I've lost a doubloon over it, so... feel like I'm kind of stuck right back where I started.
And he says, because you know about it, you can't be allowed to leave here alive. And again, he's very low key. And by the way, Red is very not.
Well, yeah.
Now he's almost whimpering over there.
Does that mean we've all died and this is some sort of odd purgatory? It would certainly explain some things.
So I'm like, now. that would mean that you're going to have to sit there and engage with many others who know about this. You think I was the only one who was aware? Besides, what is knowing if there's nothing there to be found? A fool's errand this is.
This is a new tactic. I wonder if that should I just keep the old roll, or should I make you roll it again?
Oh, good.
Let's make you roll again. No.
Boom!
All right.
Okay.
He turns
well.
and goes home.
I'm thinking here to potentially assisting Randall. Also, Randall, you spelled McMurray wrong.
Oh, no, I think my... What? Yeah, that's weird.
Because I was sort of thinking of when he does the whole there are other people that know that article could step up and say like them and gesture out into the ocean as we see the what is it
La
Dame
Dame
Blanche sort of coasting into view.
That's honestly part of my whole... I'm hoping to delay and drag this whole thing on as long as possible, because I do know that, well, I don't like Maurice. He doesn't want to kill me.
Well, if I did that, he's not going to actually be looking in that direction. He's just going to say, like them, not really thinking, and that would like potentially trigger the serendipity as the ship comes into view.
Hold that thought.
I'm holding it.
First, when Sir Randall very convincingly says that there are other people that know, Mr. Long's face changes very angrily, and he demands to know if you've told someone other than the Frenchman.
Well...
And he's very... Who else have you told? Who else?
Well, there was the, not the magistrate. I was speaking with him and having drinks. He was wondering, he's kind of helped fund part of this expedition in its entirety.
And he's clearly become very unsettled about the idea that he may have to go kill some other people.
How many of them versus us on the beach?
You count 15. Plus
him. So 16 versus our 6.
Besides,
7.
Yeah. Besides, I guess if you're going on a killing spree, your men here are that trustworthy that they won't speak about it? Are you going to off them too?
And one of them actually turns to him and says, "Yeah, hey."
That's kind of like, it was like, so you're just anyone who...
What about that fellow? He's got an ill-favored look. And
actually, I will spell it out almost. It's like Morgan's treasure, blah, blah, blah. Anyone that finds those
start
coins...
telling the whole damn story. No, look, I have it here in my book right here.
They would all come up to this place, look for the whatever, Morgan left behind, and lead them straight to the compass.
You don't know it's a compass.
Well, I didn't say the compass. But, do the whole...
Sure, with the margin crit. Now, you... to whatever the treasure is.
And there were definitely more than one coin out there, so it's...
Maurice said he had a coin.
Well, even your own men could possibly come across one of those doubloons.
Now, you start getting into this shit, and he has... Before they all had their guns down, basically at the ready, but not pointed directly at anyone. Everybody else is sort of looking at him and looking at you guys like, what the hell's going on? And Ned's fully got his pistol cocked, and he has pointed it at you and demanding to know what the hell. And about that time, out of the trees from somewhere behind you guys, some black-haired white woman just comes tearing out of the jungle and runs right into the water and starts swimming out.
Huh.
You don't see that every day.
So you're saying he's distracted?
So I'm going to look
And
in that
about-
direction.
And about half of the guys, they're just out of nowhere fire off shots just all over the place because none of them were expecting that. And now Ned's pissed off because they've all fired the guns off.
I'm looking in the direction she was running from. Please
if
say
they've
there's
all-
going to be a giant monster, because if there's a monster, I'm turning and running and jumping into the water too.
I'm impulsive, aren't I? Hold on. Yes,
Oh,
I am.
yeah. Are you
I'm
going to
take
fast
this?
draw and shoot this dude?
You know what? Hell yeah, I am.
Okay.
Great.
I'm Daredevil, by the way. Just so you know.
Yeah, well, that's going to qualify, definitely.
Yeah, like I said, though, Daniel, Article is looking the direction she was running from.
Right, I gotcha.
I'm expecting to see, I don't know, a polar bear come running through the trees. Please make that happen. It's actually just a regular bear that got into her flower, but it looks like a polar bear to me.
I don't think there
Well-
are any bears in the Caribbean.
Zzz, zzz, zzz.
I want to see a velociraptor.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to not be impulsive. I don't have fast draw.
Okay, he's going to be within, I'm going to say probably within 2 yards, just to make it simple. He was threatening you directly. You don't have fast draw? I thought you did.
I thought I did too, but apparently not. GCA even shows me without it. Fast talk. Not fast draw.
Well, you do have that. Well, as sort of a substitute to that, you could potentially try a ruse, so that would allow you to point your pistol at him without him noticing directly until it's too late.
That could work.
And I already know exactly what I would do in that situation, but I'm not telling.
So she just ran off. They all shot. It's like,
They're very confused right now.
yeah, I could play up the. Do I go with the? There's something in the woods and start running towards and oh yeah, there's something in the woods and I draw and point towards the woods.
So does
do
that
they-
make
Oh my
everybody
God,
point
what
with
is
you?
that?
Huh?
So does that make everybody point with you, or does that make him jump because you just pulled a
Well,
weapon?
I'll turn and then draw and point towards the woods, so he notes that I'm not actually drawing on him.
Screaming something like, "Oh my God, what is that?"
Yeah.
All
oh
right,
my gosh,
so-
what is that?
What I will do is the situation is already very confused. So what you're about to do is not going to have anything to do on the larger events going on. But if you make
Oh, I am
Oh,
overconfident,
okay,
so I
different
believe
roll.
I'm going to do it. Yeah, I was just.
yeah,
Think if
no,
I
you're
had
definitely
to, or-
going to get your extra point for the Daredevil at this one. So you'll make your I'm gonna say this is probably fast draw or fast talk again, and if you make that roll, how do I want to do that? I'll treat this like this will be like opposed weight. So he'll get to fire, but if you make it all, you'll get to fire first.
Okay.
Uh-huh. He's distracted enough that you have plenty of time to line up on him. So you point out into the jungle and you turn quickly, barrel first, pointed at him.
Don't fail me now.
So what do you got? Nothing for range. No aim. You will have... Well, no, that would be too accuracy. You'd have to aim for that. But you do have the Daredevil point. You can still do all out, although you probably don't actually want to in this case.
Well, I am Daredevil-y.
You should do it,
Does Dare...
but make it
Yeah.
a skull shot. And then use luck.
Oh, that's...
That way he won't get to fire back.
Okay. So I'm going to just throw all my cards out there.
Daniel's going,
Gotta
"Oh,
help you.
okay." Oh, I'm having flashbacks.
Yeah,
to
if you fail
yesterday.
that.
Now, all his
Yeah.
crew have already discharged their weapons, right?
Not all of them.
But most.
None of them.
So none of them have fired. I thought you said shots were fired.
No, I said none of them.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Some of them have.
the real important one is Ned's, because
And
his
you
is
have a
pointed
Benny?
at him.
Use you Benny as well.
Actually, you do have 2 bennies.
Make this happen.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get that 2 pennies in there. This is going to go poorly for all of us if this guy remains.
Did any of us recognize the woman, by the way?
Nope.
Crazy woman?
Because it's like you said black-haired white chick, and I'm like, oh yeah, Argle's wife was black-haired white chick.
Well, that doesn't really narrow it down, though, does it?
You just kind of saw a blur. Looked like a dress and long black hair.
So it could be a he.
That is true. Not a woman?
Not a woman.
Do the bennies count for his luck rolls?
Oh,
I was just thinking about that, and I don't
when you
think
rolled
they
your luck,
should.
you roll all of it?
That's true.
Now I'm gonna have to actually think that through, though, because yeah. Did you hit?
Missed by 1 or by 3, but I'm lucking it.
Come on, we want a 3
Oh, I thought
here.
that was a damage roll for some reason.
We want the 3, Mark.
Well, there's
that
a
was
success
4 better.
there.
No, we want the 3.
The critical.
Yeah, so he can't dodge it.
Oh, I know.
One more roll. Come on, drum roll.
So, poof, blat in the skull.
Well, I guess so he would probably... Oh man, that's...
Do you
gonna
get to
suck,
choose
though.
your serendipity?
Yeah, he's distracted at least. I'd give him at least a -2 to dodge.
Can you choose when your serendipity happens?
That's a good question. I don't know.
It'd be awfully funny if there was a bit of driftwood on the beach that catches his pant leg as he tries to dodge.
Yeah, he Even if he had his full dodge, that wasn't enough. He tried to duck.
Nice.
All right, and that was
To the skulls.
yeah. So -2 for DR. That's 4 points times 4 is 16.
All right.
That's also
I don't
a
think Handsome Ed is gonna
major
or
wound
can-
to the head or to the skull. So,
I don't think Handsome Ed is gonna still be handsome after this.
well, to be fair, that was kind of an ironic nickname already. He drops.
And I mean, like, whoa, 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 whoa! Before anyone else fires, know this: he was going to kill you all. No one else has to die.
And his bosun's like, yeah, he kind of was.
In a penetrating voice. We don't have much of a crew here, but I will shout out to our people. Take your marks, but hold your fire. And hopefully that's a call to everyone to take aim.
There's a brief moment of respite.
So she wasn't running from something?
Oh no, she's swimming like crazy right out to the boat, just past up the rowboat that Isaac is sitting in.
But she wasn't running from something.
Well, I was gonna say there was a brief respite.
Because remember, I was looking in that direction. I wasn't paying attention to what Randall was doing.
You took your eyes off the jungle for a second there when the shot went off, and Randall started going, wait, and you turn back to the jungle and there's a handful of dudes, very armed, very angry, barreling out of the jungle.
What kind of dudes?
Well, you'd probably call them sailors of some stripe or another. And yeah, as soon as they come barreling out of the jungle, the guys that you're all standing there with start shooting at them.
Huh.
So we're caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, you're kind of caught in a crossfire here. You probably should
Run!
vacate.
However, I run towards the hill. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Actually, I'm pretty confident in my own abilities to find this thing, so let everything die down and we'll come back when it's quiet.
Well, that depends on how quiet it gets.
Oh man!
So,
does my
let's,
code of honor position kick in there?
So we'll go around, and looks like Carrie's run off again. Randall
He dove for cover.
Randall is running back to his hidey hole. What is Hayden doing?
I think the natural reaction would have been for all of us to head to the boat since it was right there on the beach, but then we turn around as Randall's going the other way. It's like, what the
I'll
fuck?
be right back.
Not only is Randall going the other way, but Article is stepping forward to kneel to was it Ed? Is that his
Ned.
name? Ned?
Ned.
Yeah, to
Oh,
sort
yeah,
of
Ned.
at least diagnose him because the insane code of honor medic thing sort of kicked in without him really realizing what was going on.
He is not dead. But he did take a shot to the brain. He may not be himself ever again. And he probably won't remember who shot him.
If he recovers at all.
So I could totally see like Hayden or Davino grabbing Article and dragging him away while he's like, but he's been shot. I can help him.
What was
He's
it
not
that...
going to make it, Doc.
Hold on, let me see. Am I impulsive enough to run towards the thing, or overconfident enough to believe I can find it? not impulsive.
The guys that charged out of the...
Oh, I can believe I can find it if we need to get out, if we need to come back.
The guys that charged out of the trees, were they taking aim on any particular targets, or they're just shooting into the mass of us? Hayden's trying to work out whether we're the targets, the other crew are the targets, or we're all the targets.
So, backing up a bit, the new guys came out of the jungle. The old guys, the Rumjack crew, opened fire.
Yeah, it's the Rumjack on the guys coming out of the forest.
Then, the guys coming out of the jungle opened fire on the Rumjack crew.
Well, we can make friends by shooting on the Rumjack crew, maybe?
And to be fair, remembering this is black powder, once everybody's fired, you basically got about 20 to 40 seconds of not firing.
20 to 40 seconds of I have no idea what's going on anymore because it's too damn smoky.
Do the Rumjack crew have cutlasses?
Yeah, they're all armed, very well armed.
All right. So, seeing Article, instead of start heading to the boat, I'll run back and David, help me with Article. Help me get him onto the boat.
But that
Okay.
fellow, come on.
So you are not going back for the compass.
Not right now. I don't know
Okay.
that we have a chance for it.
And with some leadership, Hayden will say, Article, we do not have time for this. To the boat.
Man.
Let this play out, and then we'll see what happens.
Is there any distinguishing features about the guys that came out of the jungle?
You don't recognize them. You recognize the Rumjack crew guys more. You've seen some of them around town in Kingston, hanging out at the docks or at the bars or whatnot. So everybody's piling into the boat and rowing back out to Gracie.
Yep.
I'm going to totally have to look at Randall and go, you realize he's not dead.
I'll say I'll light a candle for him that he recovers quickly.
That sounded like a lie.
Tell you what. Well,
Did
okay.
we not get the thing?
Do it.
Totally
We'll have to
out
go
from
back
Randall.
for it. I was like, we did.
So we did have the thing.
Not on us. We had to leave it behind because I wasn't going to sit there and turn it over to that, nincompoop that just showed up.
Should probably swing by
two
and
things.
grab the swimming lady.
You got the swimming lady on one side, and I'll get a perception check from everybody. Just
In or
Perception
out?
for
or
the hell of it.
observation?
This will be perception. Wow,
Why don't
that's
you animals
very
roll
middle of
perception
the
as a
road.
box anymore?
Because sometimes the end result is obvious, and it doesn't matter if you roll it in the box. There will be times when it won't be, and I will make you roll in the box. Trust me.
I will tell everyone here. It's like what I've done. It's like I hid what we found, so if they were to search our personage, they would not find it.
Basically,
Hayden, or after,
And then you shot a guy.
he was going to kill us. The article. He was
He
probably
was?
going to kill everybody.
When did he
Well-
say that?
Just after the part of "Did I find it?" Who else knows?
I wasn't paying
he
attention.
he did say that.
I agree, Article.
I wasn't paying
Randall's
attention
actions
at the time.
were justified.
As you are approaching the swimming girl, you guys are also very keenly aware of the Rumjack. So when they run out the gun pointed in your general direction, you are completely aware it's coming.
Oh yeah.
Davino,
Duck.
can you take sight on that gunner?
Can I?
Well, yeah.
I am
All
trying
right,
to
I'll take a pot
think
shot.
of what a good serendipity thing would be here.
Cannon blows up.
Well, you can just invoke it
Misfire?
and I'll figure it out.
Well, that's boring.
How does that worded? Okay, now I want to know.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Serendipity.
Wait, didn't I have that? Hold on. Yeah, I've got. Yeah, hold on. Let me copy it.
Here's an interesting bit of serendipity. There happens to be a tsunami wave inbound just as they're getting ready to shoot, which washes them further up the beach. Since we're already in the water,
It does
we're
need to be
generally fine.
plausible.
In the Caribbean?
There's no weather right now. It's clear.
Doesn't need to be a big tsunami wave. It could just be like a landslip or something like that.
And you're in a
I mean-
breakwater.
Where would the earthquake be, though?
Okay, I'm looking at the... You are free to suggest serendipitous occurrences to the GM, but he gets the final say.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, right, because you pasted it all in there while I was reading it.
Oh. Yeah.
If Davino wants to take a shot, it's 100 yards.
Oof.
So, you could... They just run out the gun. It's going to take a number of seconds. You might have time to get a couple of rounds of aim in there, so it's possible.
You have luck?
He does have luck.
Luck.
And
man.
for the record, you'll be at a -2 for being in the boat.
What if he has the steady thing?
Yeah, I don't think
Is
that
that
counts for
naval
guns.
training?
Can we reduce that a little bit by perhaps not rowing when he takes the shot? So, we all hold still while he, takes that final turn to
Well,
shoot.
I tell you what, given the conditions in the bay, it's pretty nice. I might allow that. On the other hand, that means you are a stationary target when that happens.
Well, we'll
For
still
the
have
few
momentum.
seconds.
So
A
we're
little.
rowing at the moment, but when he's ready to take the shot, we oars out of the water, so we're just coasting.
I'll give you some help there, but yeah, that'll go two ways. So what's the pen for 100 yards?
A lot.
When you're ready, Mr. Pelage, take that shot.
100 yards, -10.
Make it count.
Yeah.
Oh, you can definitely get the all out. Get the brace. That's 2.
I say do it.
I say go for it. What's the worst that can happen? You miss. Even better,
inputting
you like
things?
hit the guy and then you get the blow through and you get somebody behind him. And make it telegraph too.
Can't telegraph it.
Hey, I'm
Well,
shooting
now you can do all out in this case. And I'll say for ease of use sake, we'll give you your full 2 extra aim.
We all have bennies, don't we?
Everybody has one, yeah.
Not me.
Or
I
had
burned them
one.
all.
Can you use bennies after the fact?
Yep.
So in Randall's case, he didn't need to use those bennies until after he'd made all these rolls.
I would have needed it. I think.
Yeah, and both of them.
I think
That
I
would
both
did
actually
use it.
be
succeeded.
that would actually
Yeah.
be a fair way to treat that if you make all your luck rolls and then spend your bennies instead of spending them before.
Yeah, I would
think
have
that's
only
how
needed
I'll
to
do that.
spend. I think I would have only had to.
You want to spend 1 because the other one,
Yeah, 1.
your second shot succeeded by 1.
Right.
Then he could have spent the second one on damage. Ethan, are you computing?
Sorry, wife was asking about dinner. You mentioned I heard talks of getting aim.
Oh, hey, you sniping from at a -10 with all bonuses that you can possibly get, and
Let's see
burning your luck.
Let's see what we got here. All right, you got -10 for range. You've got plus AC. You've got +2 for extra aim. You've got, we'll call it a -1 for being in the boat since they're trying to be still.
If I use the
all
edge
out
of the boat,
determined
could I
is
brace?
all out determined is one. Yeah, I'll give you a brace on the rim there. You
Is that
actually stick it in there.
-6, -5? What's the AC of that weapon?
I'm at -4 right now. AC is 3.
Okay. Well, that's not terrible.
And you can spend a Benny afterward if you want. Afterward or before. Not that you need it.
Holy cow!
I should have asked about targeting, though.
With that weapon, is it going to really
Oh, it
matter?
would-
Yeah,
you're
it'll
blowing
still
holes
matter.
through people. Center
Well, they're
mass,
on a
man.
ship.
Oh.
Well, he did apply cover.
Oh, you did.
There.
Sorry, that was for the -1 you mentioned.
that's
that
what I
was
thought.
the first -1 I saw.
Oh. So heavy cover is -4, so it'd still be a success by 2.
Okay, so you didn't end up needing to use luck. So what I want you to do at this point is roll random location. And if that doesn't work for you, you can re-roll with your luck.
I will luck that.
Really? Arm would have been, I think that
Blown
would have
his
made
arm
perfect
off.
sense.
Eh.
Ugh, that definitely will. That chest.
What's the half D range on that?
The range is 120/1200.
Okay, it's just inside the half D range. That's good. All right. Well, they are not going to be expecting that, I think.
No one is expecting that.
I'll give him a roll.
Great shot, Mr. Pelage.
Yeah, he's not going to make that.
Boom.
Alrighty.
Plus. Yeah, there's a hole through that guy.
Does he get knocked back off
Is there
the
somebody
boat?
behind him? Is there someone behind the guy?
Okay, so
How about a powder
I'm
keg?
I was like wondering if there's like a powder keg nearby that he could, serendipitously
Ricochet into?
the striker thing, the smoking will go tumbling into the powder keg.
That sounds a great use of serendipity.
Damn it. No, I should have made him roll that in the box. Whatever, never mind. All right, here's how this goes then. you guys see him run out the gun, and you see the guy with the match. I forget what the damn thing's called. They got it on a little spear,
That's
and the match is at the
that's
end of
not
it.
the striker.
No,
I think
you're-
he's the striker.
So he's got the slow match on a stick, and he's lining up to touch it off. And
When boom!
and Palange lets fly, and you guys don't see anything after that because of the gout of flame and smoke.
Yeah.
And you are using serendipity at this point.
If I can get away with that, abso-frackin-lutely. I don't want to
Okay.
get shot by cannons.
You're not entirely sure what happened there, but you know that guy had a lit slow match on a stick when you shot him. And after that, the gun didn't go off, but something did.
He's got person, boat, person.
Now that won't have blown up the entire ship, but
The
I'll
person, cannon,
I'll go ahead.
cannon.
I can. It's okay to tell you that there was a powder monkey behind the gun, getting ready to getting set up to load the second shot, and that slow match went right into his powder.
Wow.
So there are some
I just
There's
killed
some
a
people
couple
in
people.
pieces up there. And that gun was the only one pointed in your general direction at the time. It'll take them a while to actually set up another one, so you've got enough time to actually get to the ship.
Cool.
There is a fire. They'll also be putting that out.
Things seem bad for those fellows.
And also, you guys can't hear a damn thing now.
Huh?
What?
So you resume rowing and catch up to the swimming girl.
I say, ma'am, would you like a ride?
And you fish her out of the water.
Oh, Lord, is she an explorer?
Does she
What
have a
she
backpack?
is a mystery at the moment.
Ah, we found the Black Cat's witch.
And you continue to the Graceful Dame at this point? That was a question, although
Yes.
As far as
honestly,
I'm aware.
I know the answer. And you reach the ship, and the guys aboard are already lowering ropes down to haul everybody up. And they are asking if they're going to be pulling the boat up.
What?
Well,
can't
I guess
hear
our
you.
intent is to leave, like, you know, we're uninterested in what's about to happen, and then come back at a later time.
Maybe swing around to approach from a different angle.
Yeah,
Can you land
exactly.
on the island elsewhere
And then come in at.
and get to that place? Yeah.
I
By
would
the way,
think so.
You do hear a couple more guns go off. They are apparently pointed at the beach.
How does
regardless, we
the
should,
events on the
Ooh,
beach
can we
play
rake
out?
them?
Say again?
Can we rake them with cannon fire as we are on our way out? Help whoever's on the beach.
It'll take us a while to row back. So, how does the beach stuff play out while we're rowing?
The gunfire. Okay. So after that initial volley, when you guys took advantage of the confusion and started rowing away, it was going to be about 5 minutes maybe rowing out. And within that time, there will have been several other volleys, and by the time you reach the Grace, that particular mess has mostly died down, although the Rumjack has participated in that a bit with the cannon fire.
And who holds the beach?
You don't know those people well enough to know which one's which. They're very scattered at this point. You'd probably be better to say nobody owns the beach anymore. So at this point, you guys are at the ship, climbing aboard or not.
Yeah, I would. Well, here's my, as we're probably, when we get our hearing back, what I would relate to the rest is, the fact that it is on the boat, back there hidden safely, where we can get to it. But probably not a good idea to go for it right now and come back at a later time. Unless things change, unless things dramatically change in the next little while, But I defer to Hayden for the tactical situation. If retreat is the best part of valor here, then so be it. We can always come back. It's not going anywhere.
Isaac will speak up while you guys are deliberating that, unless you're specifically not including everyone else. And say, well, it's less than a mile across. You could circle back and then walk back in.
We could
Yeah,
do
that's
that.
what I was thinking.
I like that plan too. Good thinking, Mr. Isaacs.
We have the wind in our favor. Let's do that.
All right. So if you go back to the island map, basically you're going to go that way, which is with the wind, and then park it maybe there-ish, and then walk back in and fetch the compass.
Yep.
All right then. As stated before, so you guys are then going to pull in the boat. You could pull in the boat, or you could actually just tow it behind you. You do not have to actually pull it in.
Well, since we're making haste, probably towing it right now is probably in our best interests for time-wise.
That will save you 10 minutes. All right, so it's going to take you around 10 minutes to raise the anchor. In the meantime, some of you can get some of the sails set, and you can be underway in about that long. And you guys will pull out of the bay and hook it to the left. And the guys in the Rumjack are at that point starting to try to get it off the beach.
Can we put a few rounds into the Rumjack to discourage to make their lives difficult?
Well, I would say that if you are beating feet out of the bay, you're probably got your stern looking at them, and you'd have to move guns over there in some way where you could actually fire back at them, which would be awkward. You could stop and turn your hull so that you could get a broadside off at them.
Doesn't matter. They're still going to have to struggle with that because the tide was still coming in. So as they try and push off the beach, the tide is going to be trying to push them back onto the beach.
Well, I mean, we might be able to make it a bit worse for them. I'm a pretty
It's-
good shot, and so if I try to target the rudder, even if we
It's
get it, it won't
also-
be much use.
It's also worth noting that they've lost quite a few guys on the beach.
And
And
their
their
captain's not in
captain.
a great physical condition at the moment.
They may not have had the medical expertise to know that he wasn't gone.
Ooh, that's true.
Was it
He's gonna wake up as a zombie.
2, 4? He would have taken 12 points of damage. So it's quite possible he's bled to death.
16.
Oh, that's right. Yep. So, yeah. He'd be making bleeding rolls at minus 3.
Oh yeah, you
yeah,
said you
that's
were gonna
right.
use the bleeding stuff, Daniel.
Right, I had forgotten that. Yeah, well,
He's coming
obviously
back as a zombie.
you could have tried to help him with that, but yeah,
But
he's
I
probably
didn't get the
he is going to
chance.
bleed out. So no, you didn't get the chance. So it's good. It's a good bet that he's already dead if he didn't get help.
Zombie.
So are you going to stop and try to take pot shots at them?
No, I think that'll just delay us.
Agreed.
And we don't have any particular grievance against the Rumjack. It's just the captain
that
put
you
us
know
in
of.
the captain put us in a awkward position.
It's kind of hard to say what they're going to do at this point. Whether they're going to go after you or limp back home.
Well, they would be dealing with wounded and stuff, so I doubt they'd be very motivated to chase.
So
So if
maybe
we go
we'll
then-
find the boat just floating along in the ocean, and they'll all be dead. And we'll have to get a bigger
Zombies.
boat.
In the meantime, you apparently have a passenger.
Do you speak English?
She does not respond to you.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch, French, Greek,
Parlez-vous
Irish
français?
Gaelic, Latin, Portuguese, Russian, Spanish, Venetian, Yiddish?
Did you miss any?
Well, those are the only ones he speaks at the moment.
I must say, Article, you are quite versed in language.
I'm going to respond to you in Greek without realizing it.
Hayden will just sort of smirk and nod.
Let's see. For organization's sake, it's about 2 miles, looks like, to get to the spot that I was thinking of. You could probably go a little farther down if you wanted to. It might have some actual shelter from being immediately spotted. So that's going to be, what, 30 minutes? Maybe.
I'll check
She-
the guest for any visible injuries.
She's got superficial injuries consistent with somebody running at full tilt through the jungle, but no combat injuries that you can immediately see. She shies away from being handled at all, and she has said not a word.
Hayden will remove his coat and drape it around her since she is probably wet and maybe a little cold.
Indeed, although this is the Caribbean, that won't stay for long.
Well,
and-
I'm going to say accidentally say just loud enough for Red to hear me. I certainly hope we haven't found the witch that belongs to the cat.
It's like, oh man.
What? I didn't get a disapprove -2?
You know, I didn't make the -2 one.
Well, I
I'm gonna
guess it's just another -1, right?
I consider that an extension of the previous one. I haven't forgotten though. But when you start running down your list of languages, when you hit Dutch, she perks up.
Ah, Dutch. Ma'am. I am Article. Would you please give me your name? Maybe? Those
She
were
looks-
totally going to be... The dude that... The guys that attacked were totally going to be the Nijmegen crew. This was the lady that was kept in the hold.
She, when you ask her name, she looks down, sort of saddened, and shakes her head no.
Oh, so you don't have a name. Okay. I shall call you Dora. Because that's what it says on your character.
I was afraid you could see that.
That's why I asked if she was an explorer.
You can turn that off, you know that. In the settings.
I thought I had. Now I wonder.
Then I shall not call her Dora, since I'm
No,
not
I've got
supposed to see
that. I've got that not identified.
Yeah, but in the settings itself, do you have the option to like show unidentified and stuff? So if you go into the Fantasy Ground settings.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one is that. So that's show roll totals, decal, inventory, dice tower, ring bell, show turn order effects, skip hidden actor. Yeah, I don't see anything relating to identification.
I'm pretty sure that's where it was. Otherwise, you do have two boxes to enter details, and by default, one of them says unidentified.
Right. So I put a name in the unidentified, but the ID is off. It is red crossed out ID.
Right, because because you changed the unidentified to Dora. That's what we see.
So in unidentified, you should put mystery person or something.
Because that is the unidentified ID. So
Miss Sexy Bridges.
So if you put that, that's what we would see.
I don't think I like how that works.
If you wanted it to just be unidentified, you could have just left it and it would have just been unID.
Well, yeah, but that's not necessarily how I didn't expect it to work that way. I figured if the ID was turned off, it was going to show unidentified regardless of what was in the box.
No, it'll show what is in that unidentified box.
Because
that doesn't make any sense, because if you turn the ID on, you're still going to see what's in that box.
Well, but it could be different. Like the unidentified description is how you want to describe it.
But then I have to change it in the box again.
No, because when you ID it, then we see what's in the other box.
Right. It switches.
It switches which box we see it from.
Where the file name normally goes is the actual ID name.
Correct.
That's okay. That makes more sense now.
So in the unidentified, you'd probably put something like, the black-haired lady. So we would see black-haired lady until such time as we identify her as Dora.
Okay, well, given that you've already got the name, I'll amend that and say that when you asked her name in Dutch, she goes over to the cabin door and points to the door. I think it's actually she's going to be pointing to the frame, because this is in Dutch, and door isn't necessarily door in Dutch. But whatever it is, you get door.
We play charades.
Regardless, she still doesn't say anything. But she seems agreeable to the name Dora.
Ask her if she can speak.
Yeah, that's one of the things probably having. It's like, are you all right? Can you speak?
You have to kiss the girl, man.
I'm still married as far as he's concerned.
Hayden, kiss the girl.
No.
Okay, if I must.
Sha-la-la-la-la. My oh my.
And you will deduce that she is in fact mute.
Ah,
Ask her if she can write.
Via the translator, you will discover that she is also not literate.
Well, then she's useless. We kick her off board.
Boom.
well.
And
That's
about
gonna
30
make
minutes later,
finding information out from her difficult.
but interesting. About 30 minutes later, you guys hit the area where you plan to stop off. And we'll make a long story short there. Actually,
It's not there.
let's not make it quite that short. Somebody needs to make a navigation land check.
What is
just to
this
see if you end
navigation
up going
land
the wrong
thing?
way
Navigation.
or something else appropriate.
Boom.
And the other thing was who's going.
Oh, I'm definitely going because I know where it's at. And I'm also bringing a few extra things of rum and some hardtack.
In case you need to buy somebody off again.
Or just to, hey, sorry if we disturbed you. Here you go. Don't shoot us.
All right.
Take Divino and Red.
That's fun. Red is definitely fun to have around.
It's like, what? Again?
Why do I have to go ashore and get shot at? It's somebody else's turn. Make Ollie do it. You turning Isaac into the coxswain.
I'm sorry?
Turning Isaac into the coxswain in charge of the boat.
Sounds like it. He seems to.
Is that like a actual important position?
Well, in the Navy it would be. Okay, so you don't get lost. You walk about a mile as expected, find the back end of the house, and trace back to the compass where you buried it.
It's gone.
And they return out of the jungle sometime later.
No.
Without any rum or hardtack.
Man. I guess they got hungry and thirsty while they were there.
They were
So-
decent enough fellows, just hard on their luck.
That has everybody back together aboard the ship, and you can get
Yay.
back to it.
And I will
What
call all
time is it?
the primary PCs in and show them what we found.
So let's see, you guys got here a bit after, or around noonish. And it was going to be at least an hour before that. We're going to call this 1500. So you've got 3-4 hours of daylight left. And it's probably also worth noting that there is a settlement on the southern end of the island, I believe. Not a very big one. Or you can just move the hell on. In which case, you need to plot that course.
What was the
Plot
point of
that
this
course.
compass?
Well, that's why I bring it to all your attention, so we can all kind of examine it a little bit together. Put our collective brain power towards the task.
All right. Well, where did we put that picture? By the way, I stuck the image on your notes.
Mark's notes.
Compass
Gotcha.
with no moving parts.
Right. So yeah, basically you look at it and it's a one-piece thing. It's not, as far as you can tell, and you had fiddled around with it before to try to see if it actually is magnetized or anything, and you can't. It doesn't look like it is. It appears to be made out of brass, so I don't think that's even ferrous. But it is adorned about like you see it, and like I said, it's got a notch.
With Hayden's knowledge of the region, pointing the cardinal points to the various directions they belong to, the notch, where does it sort of line up? Does it point to the coast of Africa, or
You breaking out the charts,
yeah?
which you kind of got to do anyway.
Something like that use cryptography? Or is that just code breaking?
No. But I will remind you that you have Neville's logs.
Haha, yes.
And what has
Research.
occurred now is that you have now eliminated any references to the compass because now you know where it was. So anything that you had been looking at through those notes that you had been thinking maybe this relates to the compass, and now you know which ones do and don't. And so you've actually increased your understanding of that material.
So how does
Times
that relate
What
to
I
the
will-
and net
mark
and
on the
research?
compass?
Say again?
I said, how does that relate to the carved mark on the compass?
That depends on what Randall can pick out of his notes.
Research.
So I will at some point, probably not just yet, but we'll do a research roll, and that will determine how long it takes you to figure out what your next steps are.
What we're looking for.
So right now you're looking at it, you have no idea what to do with it. And Hayden compares it to the nautical charts you guys have, and it doesn't seem to point to anything that makes any sense.
Well, out of personal interest, I'll compare it to the Amazon River.
Yeah, it's not pointing anywhere near that.
Yep, got nothing.
It's now you say notches, like something notches onto it, or it.
No, it had a notch carved at a specific spot on the compass.
So something attaches.
Morgan's compass.
Not like something attaches, something. What you would interpret that as being just a pointer.
Yeah, someone had made a mark on Morgan's compass.
Gotcha. So, because I'm looking at this particular thing, it looks like it has like it might fit to a different piece, and then those two things, like the notch and something else, line up.
Yeah, maybe.
My impression was that somebody just took a knife and made a mark at a specific spot on the compass.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Right. Well, I'll definitely take a rubbing of it in my little personal notebook as well.
Okay.
I'm
All
going
right.
to need to take up artisan.
So we should ask Dora about the map.
About the map.
She's mute.
The map.
She's mute and illiterate.
Oh,
Does she have a backpack?
No. She has
Aw.
no possessions on her.
Oh man.
That's not going to stop Article from chatting with her,
True.
even though she can't talk back.
Swiper, no swiping.
Okay, so at this point, what is the immediate plan? Are you going to stay the night somewhere here, or are you just going to get on with it, knowing that you're going to have to do some of this in the dark?
Well, for now, it'll just be research.
Probably
until
not a
my
big
normal
deal.
sleep time, and then kind of push on in our I mean, we have nothing that points us towards Kempeke yet, so we had a sort of plot, and we had no one to drop off at Île-à-Vache.
So you're going to anchor for the night then?
Is
Do
that
we
safer?
really? Yeah, that doesn't seem very
I
safe.
don't. Yeah, I don't
These
think.
guys that were running around shooting at us.
I'd say we just push on and keep heading. I think we were heading easterly.
I think to
So the
Santo
previous-
Domingo.
The
Santo
previous
Domingo?
plan was going to Santo Domingo.
So I say we press on unless the master of the ship has, thinks it ill-advised.
Did we leave any notes or references in, like, our flight plans, I'll call it, with anyone saying that where our destination was?
We did say Santo Domingo, I believe.
No, we specifically said, we're going to Île-à-Vache.
Oh.
So
'Cause you
we've left
were
no
expecting
reference
to
to
have
anyone.
Yeah, 'cause yeah, that's right. If
Now-
we were gonna have anything cargo or personnel.
That was a question I did eventually want to ask, is whether or not you gave anybody your plans, because if nobody knows where you're going, they don't know that you haven't made it.
Well,
We didn't
I-
take on board passengers or anything like that, so I
Nope,
don't think
there
we
weren't
would
any.
have any reason to give a destination, especially considering the race we are in.
There is one reason that I know of that you would tell somebody where you're going, and that is if you don't show up there, nobody can come looking for you.
right. I would have probably said we were heading to Santo Domingo if we expected to keep pushing, because that's the next biggest spot on our quasi-semi-solid transport plan.
But that was just a general question. I don't necessarily need to know that at this point, but down the road it could be important. You get shipwrecked and nobody's looking for you, then you're not going to get found.
Well, no one would come looking for us anyway.
Somebody might. Somebody out there cares.
Somebody we owe money to.
At least that.
If we did, then there's no reason to try and disguise our journey. So we'll head just straight there. Otherwise, we could set out to open sea off the usual trade lanes and make our way there that way. So no one's
Well,
likely
if
to
you-
spot us.
If you want to employ a little deception just in case the Rumjack tries to follow you, then you can go ahead and do that.
This makes sense.
As long as it doesn't add too much time to the journey.
Yeah. You just put yourself a little out of place, and there's a good chance they'll not see you.
Well, that's the plan.
Oh, right. I'd be like, well, Miss Dora, we appear to be going to Santo Domingo. Is that good for you? Maybe we can drop you off there. You have family or something?
She shrugs. All right. Well,
Ask her if she has always been mute.
That is a good question. Have you always been mute?
She responds affirmatively.
I'm terribly sorry to hear that.
Then ask
She
her
shrugs.
how she has, in the past, communicated with people.
She
I
shrugs
got
again.
one job on this
Give her
ship.
something to write with.
Yeah, we already found out that she was illiterate. I think that was when you were briefly AFK.
One does not
Oh,
reach
sorry.
her age without
No,
forming
that's
some means to communicate.
Well,
Ooh,
she's
when
clearly
does-
been able to communicate some things, but it's all
Be it-
gesture based.
Be it gestures or some other. She must
When
have developed
does,
some way to communicate.
You have seen her use gestures to communicate so far. It's not like an organized sign language or anything, but she can find ways to communicate, or she has found ways to communicate some things.
Ask her if the people chasing her were from the Nijmegen.
Through the translator, she will respond, Eh?
It was a ship, really big ship. They were Dutch, just like you. Or at least I'm presuming you're Dutch, since you understand the language.
Did those chasing her... Was she being chased?
Just to back up for a second, she will show some interest in the whole Dutch thing, but if you bring up the name Nijmegen, she doesn't seem familiar with it.
Yeah, was she being chased?
Describe the captain of the Nijmegen.
I don't remember if Daniel actually described him, but I will
Hayden will describe.
Yeah,
I met him too.
your deduction here would be that she's got no familiarity with the Nijmegen.
Gotcha.
So was she being chased?
Was she?
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Did they mean to hurt you?
She would respond affirmatively to that.
Do you know why?
Shrug.
More importantly, where do you want to go now?
I'm so tempted to, once again, while Red's passing by, go, does that mean you're a witch? But he's not going to speak Dutch, so he's not going to understand me.
Oh, I only speak English, so she won't understand me.
No, I'm able to translate for everybody.
Okay. Ask her where she wants to go.
Yep.
Hayden will sort of take one of our maps and charts and sort of spin it to orientate it with her and ask her to point.
But she's like, we've established she can't read or write. So
No, but
it's
she
like,
might know,
Hold that thought.
this is where she's from.
So, Article, when you asked her if she knew why they were after her, she shrugged as if she didn't know. But you're not 100% sure that was true.
I got body language. which I probably failed.
You think maybe she's got an idea?
Well,
Nah,
on the bright
could just
side,
be because
nobody.
she's a woman, but
Yeah, on the bright side, nobody, as far as I know, on the boat is going to understand a damn thing that I'm saying to her.
yeah, maybe a couple of words here and there. Dutch is
Yeah.
related to English, although not closely.
Well, I'm going to
But,
at least make the attempt to figure that out. Play more charades, I guess.
As you relay the question of where she's from or where she would want to go, she points. Not at the map, though.
Is it the direction we're going?
No, it is not.
Is
It
she
is
pointing
most-
to anything
Why
in
you want to
particular?
go that way?
It is most definitely to the west.
Do you know why you want to go there?
She's gonna make a hand, put one hand up on top of the other one like it's a little sail.
Huh. I don't know what that means.
And she'll do it again, making a little hand ship, and then pointing at herself.
Well, we can't just send you off by yourself. We are eventually going in that direction.
Obviously, we'll have to take her.
Well,
Because
she'll
most
shrug.
of us are like British gentlemen and such.
Exactly.
Fortunately, this boat has 13 bunks. And there are currently 12 of you.
Will she be bunking with anyone in particular?
She doesn't need to.
She's gonna have one to herself.
I want to conveniently have her bunk near Claude, without without it really being a big deal.
Well, we're gonna re-ask the question of who's sleeping where at some point.
Yeah.
But for the time being, so currently the plan is to plot a course for Santo Domingo. So, if you'll refer to the map, there is... Actually, let's refer to a different map. Okay, so you guys are here
All
at
these
Île-à-Vache.
maps.
And once you start, you are basically going to have to go round Cap de la Biette and then back up north like so. Not a big deal, just so you know. There's a bit of a tack going on there.
Maps.
The trip is, you would estimate off the top of your head, 3 to 4 days, probably. Also, if you notice on the map, the Cap right there is the beginning of the Spanish side of the island.
Does this put a strain on our supplies at all, or did we plan for this?
You guys have been sailing for 3 days, and you got 2 weeks of food. I believe right now you have 9 days of food left on the thing.
All right.
No, I have you at 11 days. Right, because you didn't actually load the food up until like the 3rd. So you got a bit to go. Plenty of room. Minus a bit because you shared a bunch of food with the locals.
Right. We also have an extra mouth on board now.
Also true.
Who is, to Red's absolute horror, going to get along fabulously with the cat.
The monkey seems to like her.
Boom knows good people.
Your monkey is thinking naughty thoughts.
The cat's name is Mia.
Faustus.
You can't use Mia. We've already used Mia.
That's exactly why I wanted to use Mia.
And
I thought his name was
same.
Faustus.
Yeah, I thought it was Festus.
Genetically, this cat and Mia
It's like Lucky something.
are ancestors. Well, Lucky
That would be
and
right.
Mia are ancestors.
It's gonna regenerate.
I just finished watching the 3rd season of Sabrina, and Faustus is not a favorable character, so...
Right, so the winds on this trip are also going to be contrary, and the current is a bit rougher than before. But other than that, it's pretty simple. So, we need to do the course plotting.
Alright, I will do my assist with a +1, and then Hayden can do his roll with +1, hopefully with an additional +1 from me.
Need her picture on the
Let's
ship
see.
thing, Daniel.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so we got 3 or 4 days, so it's gonna be -1.
So it's +2 to Hayden, -1 for what?
I'll give it a -2 for the
Oh,
conditions.
well, he made it.
Okay. And, wow. Okay. Yeah, you made it just fine. Alright, so, that is your plot, so you've got, you know what you need to do as far as, the instructions go to the helm, and you guys will set off more or less immediately with a bit of a detour to throw off anybody that might be pursuing. And with that, I believe we will take a 5-minute break.
You're not doing the ship sighting thing?
Sounds good.
This was the before plot, so
Gotcha.
we'll be doing the daily stuff in a bit.
And we can get the chat channel to make those rolls for us.
Some of them, yeah.
Good idea.
That was the idea anyway. So yeah, intermission. Back in a few.
So the other day, my professor said,
We
you
are
know,
back.
I'm having trouble with the IT department. It said, "Hey, Carrie, could you look into that?" And I said, "Yeah, no."
Alright, so we are back.
All right, and we should be at sea once again. So, there are a couple of things we need to do here. One of them is setting up a sailing SOP. So, this is to make things a little bit easier in the future. And now you should all see the story.
Daily sea travel checklist.
Indeed. All right, so all the necessary tables are available there, so you don't have to go fishing for them. And I have included a couple of new tables, that being random crew. So instead of rolling a die and figuring out who it is, you can just roll it, and all their names are on the sheet. No, I think further down the road we'll probably allow some of these rolls to be made as just to take 10. I may go ahead and do that now. It depends on whether or not you want to. You could opt to make a roll anyway if you wanted to try to squeeze out a little bit more, like try to get that crit. But specifically the day's business and the control roll, those could easily be done as take 10. So that's up to you guys. And if we need to add something to this, let me know, but I don't think so.
Is it not take 5
Did I?
instead of 10?
Did I actually share those sheets? Can't remember if I did or not. Thought I did.
There's no NPC sheets shared for us.
Oh,
That's what you mean.
no. I'm looking at... I was looking... Because Mark made a couple of test rolls, and I was looking for the names, and it didn't register in my head that they were actually outputting correctly.
Unless
Never
there
mind
is
that.
unless there is an objection from the ship's master, I would like to crit hunt on step 5 every day.
Well, you could.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take watch.
Oh,
I
you
offer
just
to
want
take watch.
You just want to be the watch guy?
Yeah, I want to watch the horizon. I have a lot of experience at it.
Yeah, that's up to you guys, I guess. If you want to do it that way, that'd be fine.
It's up to
Save us a
Hayden.
little bit of trouble.
Poor little Harry Hooper is really going to be so upset when you find ships and he doesn't get his coins.
Well, no,
Are you-
I mean,
are you paying
I
him
could
for
also
every ship?
mentor him.
No, I'm not.
I could also
Did-
mentor him and teach him what to watch for.
Well, yeah.
Turn him into your own midshipman.
I was going to say, did Randall mark off that shilling?
I thought I did. Should have. Tori?
Okay, so anyway, that's the, so basically to establish the SOP, I'm assuming at this point that Hayden would be making number 3, and before we were having somebody random taking number 4 and number 5. If you guys want to just assign somebody and say you're always rolling that, that is perfectly fine with me. And so right now, we are saying that Rogers is going to take number 5.
Unless there's any objection.
Or if, for whatever reason, we decide today not to do that.
I'm happy to roll every day.
That is also up to you.
It's when you fail rolls when stuff starts getting interesting. And if we never roll, we never fail.
It depends. For example, you could end up going into a situation where you're going to take penalties, and that roll take 10 isn't good enough anymore, and then at that point you would definitely want to roll. But yeah, whatever.
I think just play it by ear then.
So we're letting the chat roll weather?
No, the weather I've already got settled, and the spreadsheet I've already got set up, although apparently I need to fix a couple of things. Right now, I intend to have the chat roll the universe reaction for daily encounters, so actually I'll just write that
Nice.
down. So whatever happens, it'll be their fault.
Thank God.
And they can't really roll the traffic because they don't have access to the tables in here. Or I'd probably have them do that.
Is the traffic a D6?
No. No, those tables are rolling multiple tables.
Okay.
Yeah, they're very dependent. All right, so the other thing I wanted to deal with is the question was asked before about who's sleeping where. And so now that we have this diagram here, we can actually sort that out. So the one with the star on it is the captain's bunk. I hesitate to call it quarters because it's really just a bunk. Obviously, you've got the 8 of them up in the forward section, just in front of the hold. The galley is right in the middle of those. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the aft gallery. And I'm not going to pull up all those pictures, but you know that all of them but the captain's is one of those cubby holes.
Yeah, it's like a nook.
Actually, I think the display nonsuch actually only has the one across from the captain's bunk. Like there should have been 2 there, but there's only 1. Don't pay attention to that. We needed all 13 anyway. So, if you want to pick one at this point, or at least pick a section, then we can call that settled, and that'll be it for later. PCs get dibs. NPCs go wherever's left. And you've got a passenger as well.
Rogers is not particular at all. They'll pick a random spot.
So Payne is going to take the owner's privilege.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I was in that crew cabin part.
It is his ship.
Yeah, but I need you best rested.
I got a couch.
I'm an old sea dog. I'm used to it.
You are not going to be able to sleep on that settee.
I'm not sleeping on it. I'm like sitting on it.
Oh.
I'm
Yeah,
actually
Roger.
reading this history of sign language thing on Wiki.
Oh, trying to determine if there is an actual organized sign language at that point.
There is. It's like 1680, a dude published a book about it.
Actually, you know what? Everybody make
By
a pointer.
1720, the British manual alphabet had found more or less its present form.
Really?
Everybody make a what?
Everybody make a pointer to your bunk and just leave it there. That way I can go in later and make notes.
And Rogers does not consider that his bunk. It's just whatever bunk
Yeah.
he can get to. He doesn't care. He and Hayden can probably both literally sleep standing up.
Or near enough. Hell, you can sleep on deck as long as the weather's okay.
Yep.
And right now there's not a whole lot in the hold, so you could technically string up a hammock in there if you got one.
Luxury.
Alright, we missing anybody at this point? 1, 2, 3, 4. Five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. I think that's settled. I'm gonna make those notes later and figure out where the rest of them are gonna sleep. Just in case you guys are asleep and the ship gets shot through. We need to know whose head gets blown off.
Outstanding.
Alright, so you guys are going to get started. just a couple hours before sundown on your way to Santo Domingo. So, by the checklist, we need the navigation roll for the first partial day.
Didn't we already get that?
I thought we did
Already
the
done.
navigation
No,
already.
that was plotting the course. Now this is actual managing it.
So that's just going to be Hayden, I guess.
Although honestly, with such roll it anyway.
Turning and burning and plotting.
So this is following the course.
Yeah,
Would that not be ship handling?
He's going
No.
distance, though.
that's number 4.
We're going for speed.
Going for speed. Shut up.
Damn.
Gonna be like that again.
Holy
Hayden
smokes.
is marching
Now-
pretty clean a lot.
You
isn't he?
need to make a note that unless otherwise specified, Rogers is letting you use his navigation gear, so you're always going to get a +1 on those.
Yep, that's a +1.
All
Not
right,
that it
so
would
that's
change anything, really.
that's going to be 20% here. And next is the control roll, which we don't have a regular setup for that.
What is that? Oh, seamanship or ship handling.
So we can keep doing random on that, or you can pick somebody to handle the tiller.
So this is for the helmsman.
Now that can be ship handling, so if one of you guys were taking it, you could do ship handling there instead.
I only have a 14.
Well, you don't need a lot.
And this is actually a skill that's affected by the handling of the ship and all that sort of stuff, isn't it?
That is supposed to be true, and I keep forgetting that. Which, speaking of, I did actually put the Graceful Dame in.
So -2.
-2, and don't fail by more than 3.
Right.
Or you'll crash the boat.
Not it.
So who are we going to have a regular handling that, or are we going to
More than likely,
Random
we'll have a crew member do that, and Hayden will just supervise.
you can always make Randall do it. He needs to learn. He's got a 12. He can do it.
That means he's got a 10.
11 with an assist.
Well, if you're going to do an assist, you got to always roll the assist.
There's the assist.
I'm rolling a ship handling. Or ship.
Are we going to make him do the regular on that?
I think Isaac, since he's coxswain,
Yeah.
Man,
He sh-
Randall's lazy.
it should be his
isn't he?
job.
Well, he's probably stir crazy. I mean,
Well,
it is one of
if
his
you're-
quirks.
If you're using
Well-
one of the NPCs, you probably want Mogridge on that anyway. He's the old salt.
Actually, no, I don't have that stir crazy. Because, well,
Thought you did.
I get antsy when not on the trail. So
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
probably spending his time researching the books.
Or right now you are.
Alright,
Yeah.
so we stick Bob on the tiller.
All right.
And we'll
Yeah,
get the
that's a good
+1
call.
from- we'll get
And
the
knowing me,
+1
I'm
from
probably-
Hayden. And since he's an NPC, it is a requirement that he spend a character point to get the perk vehicle bond. So he becomes intimately familiar with the handling of the ship.
Well,
I like this.
I don't have a problem with that actually.
Well, the whole point of training him to be the ship's master is that if we take a prize, he will be the prize captain, but okay.
Okay, so that means one of the players will be rolling for him.
We can get the chat channel to roll for him.
I'm okay with that.
Then we have to count things.
Absolutely, we
count
have to
stuff
count
anyway.
things.
I think Captain Button should make, or the chat channel should make a 3d6 roll. First in, best dressed.
Providing they're here.
Who's my office?
Do it now.
Now they're all going to be like, wait, what? Who? Huh?
They remember how to do it.
Not sure.
What was it? Exclamation roll.
Yeah, it's exclamation roll. There we go. Wrong one. So it'd just be exclamation roll.
10.
Okay.
Total of 10.
So you rolled a 10. Alright, so that's, okay, that's good.
For a 3d6 dice roll, you don't actually need to put the 3d6. You can just do exclamation roll.
Alright,
Good
so
job, Cap.
that gets us to the 30% for the day, which I will go ahead and mark. You're gonna have a good night. Next is the scouting roll. Rogers?
Alright, that's a perception-based seamanship, which my IQ and perception are the same, so I'm going to roll it straight up. By 2.
Alright.
Terrible roll. Good skill.
Could you substitute observation?
Not in that case.
Observation is looking for something specific.
Well, that's specifically for like human traffic and that sort of thing. There are situations where that would probably apply, but in this case, this is also for spotting hazards in the water and that sort of thing. It's not quite the same. Seamanship makes more sense.
360, yeah.
All right, so we have a positive roll on that, and the next one is for chat, is the universe roll.
Which is a exclamation reaction.
Oh, you actually built that out.
Yep.
I guess that'll be Captain Button again, since nobody else is rolling.
Yeah, anybody in there is good to go.
Bang, reaction.
$11, that's
Hey.
neutral, I think.
Yeah, not
Yep.
bad.
All right,
So
so
future reference, Captain Button, you can actually do
Or not
exclamation reaction instead of roll. So just exclamation reaction, and it actually has the result.
all right, so
Oh, go ahead and do a test one.
yeah, might as well.
Actually, I'll do a test one.
Yeah, just like that.
Ah, yeah, there you go. Cool,
Ah,
cool.
that's nice.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
All right, well, day one. So this is Sea Log.
Not
January,
done.
January 6th.
Daily traffic.
Oh, well, we do have traffic. All right, somebody roll traffic.
I don't know where we at. Enemy
We're
coast,
still in
friendly
the
coast,
trade
open.
lanes.
Let's make Divino roll that one.
Awesome.
Yeah, Captain Button, if you type exclamation help, it'll show you the roles that are available. Well, actually, it's already done there.
Ah, also a good idea. Okay, so now we're officially done there. So, notes on the day. The Nobody spotted the Rumjack giving pursuit. Doesn't mean it didn't try, but if it was, it didn't find you or it didn't get close enough, at least until dark. And after dark, who the hell knows? So let's see. You guys are gonna make.
No
wait.
lights on deck after dark.
Oh, you gonna cut the lights?
Yep. No open flames on deck after dark.
So you guys are gonna make just short of 4 knots, which is about as expected. And about 50 miles until midnight. Let's see. So, for the rest of the evening, Randall will probably start going into his research mode. So you can go ahead, and what I will have you roll there is, instead of rolling research, I'll say either research or hidden lore. All right.
I'm gonna luck that though. It's 5.
By 2's not bad.
No, yeah, that's really not going to help you here. So you succeeded. So you will have taken an hour, and by the end of that hour, you will have deduced that from Neville's logs, you've got that you are supposed to be standing in a certain spot in Campeche with that compass, and if you align it, then it will point you to the treasury. So you can tell based on that notch is the pointer.
But we have to know where in Campeche or Campeche.
Now, after digging through, and that was the basic thing that you figured out, because you already technically knew about some of that stuff, but now that you had actually sorted out the whole compass business, there is a spot at the end where, when Morgan died, he was rambling on, and Neville recorded some of the things that he had said. And he said something that at the time seemed like a just random crap, but now that you are looking at it, looking at the compass and putting all the pieces together, you realize that actually meant something.
This means something.
And I need to go remind myself exactly how that went. So what he had said, or what was written down that he had said, was higher ground, safe and sound, rising sun, second gun.
Could you drop that into the chat?
Nope.
I was just thinking I should probably drop that into the chat.
Higher ground, second sun. Blah, 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 blah.
It is now in chat. So, at the end of your evening study, you realize that is the instruction. Let's see what else. So, side note, or unrelated to that, sometime later in the evening, everybody's chatting and whatnot, and Ollie asked how long we're going to be staying in Santo Domingo. Going to be taking a shore leave or just
Resupply.
boot and scoot?
I don't think we have any business there, so it should just be a resupply.
Or did we want to
Oh,
pick
you're
up
Take on
also
some
not
water.
free.
or take on supplies, possibly get some stuff to take with us and make some cash towards as we head further east?
Now, as that discussion about Santo Domingo comes up, you guys will start talking about the whole the Spanish rules regarding trading with foreigners and that sort of thing. Of course, pretty much everything's contraband. On the other hand, you guys that have knowledge of the Caribbean are also pretty aware that corruption and avoidance of those rules are actually pretty common. So, even though they're not supposed to trade with English, there's a good chance you could probably find somebody that will.
Just gotta grease a palm.
There may be greasing of things.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be some greasing of things.
Shut up. Sounds dirty when you say it. Gross.
And that will be day one. Let's see, if you are 50 miles out, that will put you right around... Yeah, probably about there. So you probably still got sight of land off to your off to the larboard.
What did you call me?
He said left.
No, that's what he meant. That's not what he said.
Don't tell me what I said he said.
Stinking mariners.
So back to the checklist. Weather is about the same as it was yesterday. The wind is rough, but not that rough. If you guys were sailing away from it, you'd be really happy about it.
Set an open course for diversions.
Rocks
Trying to
fall,
determine
Mark
whether
dies.
Agreed.
Where the hell did I put those notes?
Don't ask where those rocks came from in the middle of the ocean.
I meant to put some notes
Spaceships.
down there. I'm assuming it's probably about like it was the previous few days, where it would rain a little bit here and there, and then not much after that. Yeah, I totally screwed up my notes. Never mind. Anyway, moving on. So that's that. So day's business is Hayden rolling navigation. All right. Nothing fancy.
Chat challenge to get ready to prepare a roll.
So we need a 3d6 from the chat for control. All right, we got 11. Okay, that's good. That'll put us to 20.
I don't think Captain Button's rolled yet.
Did he? Or is that the old roll?
That was an old roll.
In the meantime, might as well go ahead and have Rogers roll for the scouting. Alright, that's good. We need the random encounters after that.
I'd also like to attempt to teach my protege there.
Alright, hold that thought then.
Well, I think there's like multiple people doing the teaching thing then.
Yeah, probably so. We're trying to cross train the crew to do all the jobs.
Nice. Alright, so we had
okay.
12 on
Bad
the...
Alright, so
control.
that's still goal.
Crashed.
And no, that was the reaction.
We still need.
Okay. So
okay.
we need traffic from Palange. Still the trade lanes. Really?
Ooh.
Oh dear. It's an unfriendly ship. Boarding action, guys. We're all gonna die because
Alright.
we have crappy guns.
Well, let's see. So that is 1 point forward to starboard beam.
Unfriendly doesn't necessarily mean
crossing.
hostile, does it?
Not necessarily. Now in this
Since we
case,
got a bad universe reaction roll though.
so that pretty much means that's going to be a Spanish ship.
And they have the weather gauge on us.
Alright, so our end result on speed for the day is going to be 363 knots, and you'll get 87 miles out of that, and you're got a little bit left to go before you hit the first tack. So that means you're probably out of sight of land at that point. And you're expecting probably early in the day to hit the Isla Beata.
What did you call me?
Which that'll be your turn-off point.
Oh, turn on point.
Whatever.
Shut up.
Actually, looks like that's probably gonna. Looks like that'll probably occur before sunrise. So you'll probably be spotting lighthouses and such. So let's see. We've got a bad result, and let's see if that is going to be shipping or not. Where'd I put that thing? Derp, 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 derp. It is traffic. Holy crap. You're about to be accosted.
Oh dear.
Make my day.
Yeah, we have like no real guns, remember?
Yeah, but why would they
I'm aware of
bother?
that.
Unless it's a pirate.
We'll get to that in a minute.
Because we have no real guns.
Easy pickings. That's what Mary should have named this ship.
Alright, so throughout the day, is there anything in particular anybody's going to be up to other than Rogers was talking about teaching? Who were you talking about teaching cross-training?
Who was assigned to look out before I decided I wanted to
Spider-Man.
do it?
You guys were just doing it random at that point.
No, I thought somebody said there was a specific guy.
There's Hooper that was sort of mostly doing the for the
Hooper.
money. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
he's
so
the
I'm,
young
I'm
kid.
teaching Hooper. I'm teaching Hooper to be lookout.
Okay. Alright.
And
He
Article
will
is
ask
trying
a lot
to
of
hash,
questions.
Article is trying to hash out a sort of sign language with Dora. Oh, teaching. I actually teaching me. Which I failed.
Except you suck at it.
No, I just
If you
failed
have
that time with that
skill,
roll.
if you have skill of 12 or more, you don't need to roll.
Well, that's good.
I wonder how you would teach somebody sign language if they don't have
I don't know.
any
No, that's what I'm
literal,
saying,
literary reference point.
That's what I'm saying. We're trying. I'm trying to sort of hash out how we're going to do that.
Right. Okay, you're
Well-
not actually trying to teach her, you're trying to
Right.
figure out how to communicate. I can
Yeah.
live
Well,
with that.
also, he was saying that from his internet research, there's a book that for us is about 45 years old on UK sign language, so he might have that book.
Oh, it's by a Scottish intellectual, even.
There are a lot of those. They sound funny.
Well, she can understand, so you could say, this hand gesture will mean
Is water, yeah.
water, and whatever. So, she can learn that way.
Well, for the time being.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
trying to hash
he's
it out.
establishing communication, so make it easier later.
We managed to teach sign language to chimps and gorillas, so I'm sure we could teach it to a mute that understands.
Possible.
No, poor Coco. Too soon.
So was anybody else going to be doing anything in particular? I think that leaves Randall and Planche.
I was just going to clean and maintain weapons and things of that nature.
Something to think about later, since you're in charge of the guns, is whether or not you want to drill the crew in gun drills. It's not unheard of for a merchant ship to do that, but it does expend ammunition and powder, so there's
Well,
that.
it depends on the nature of the gun drill, whether you're actually firing.
Well, you should be actually firing if you're going to drill the
So-
guns.
I know in the Master and Commander books, the Aubrey Matter and stuff, they had two different kinds of powder, one for training and one for actual combat.
I don't know if I'd train the crew right now, primarily due to that expenditure reasoning. But if we ever get a spare cannon or something, or have a spare cannon, then at least train on loading a weapon, unloading it in case of a jam or something like that. Or
Well,
Since we have a
it's
hostile,
worth drilling.
since we have a
down
hostile
the road.
ship, then would it not pay to drill the guys?
I would do like a quick crash course since we see them off a ways.
Well, you're aware of who knows what as far as how to run the guns. It's not a matter of training them how to do it. Well, some of them, yes. I don't know. Yeah, getting the noobs started working, that is probably a good idea at some point. But never mind the fact that there's a possibly hostile ship out there.
Well, for day-to-day purposes, Rogers would consider gun drills a worthy expenditure of powder. Not sure how anyone else would vote, but
I vote that sounds like a wise idea.
All right, then I'll
I
drop
mean,
a
better
gunnery training
to use a
regiment.
little bit now than have a complete incompetent crew when we actually really need it. And we're
yeah,
You can
close
always
have
get
people-
more.
if
Exactly.
people who can't shoot fire 30 rounds and hit nothing, that's useless. If people who can shoot fire 2 rounds and hit something, that's invaluable.
what he said.
Alrighty, then I'll drop a training regimen for the crew and start teaching them gunnery.
All right. So, be thinking about that. So for the day, however, early, so just a bit after sunup, you get the call that sail 1 point off the starboard beam. and on a crossing course.
And I don't think anything of it.
I fetch my glass and run up on deck.
One mast is what's being reported. And as you get out there and you break the spyglass out and everything. It is not flying colors at the moment, but given the fact that you basically just crossed over into Spanish waters, there's a better than average chance that it's going to be a Spanish ship of some kind. It does look like a small warship. So a sloop.
I report the number of masts and the lack of a flag to the bridge.
Now, it's also worth noting that normally you don't fly your ensign all the time unless you find yourself in foreign waters, for example, or when you are entering port or leaving port.
Yeah, it might not be visible until you can see the hull either.
Well, and there's also that. But I'm saying that to say that you may not be flying your colors at the moment either. Now, you could decide that as an SOP, we're always going to fly the colors, but that's up to you.
I think
that's not my call.
I think it's probably best to fly the colours all the time, unless we have a reason not to.
I don't know why they don't always fly them. I haven't been able to figure out the rules on that.
Well,
if you want to avoid privateers and such.
So, yeah, good call. It's a diplomacy thing. Somebody might have a letter of marque against your government.
Well, right now you're not at war, and letter of marque still only applies during war. Not that people don't abuse that.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a couple of English sailors that are currently flying under a letter of marque for the Spanish that have been harassing Jamaican shipping, and there's been a lot of to-do about that. In this case, not too much longer after you guys spot that ship, they run up their colors, and it is most definitely Spanish, and it is military.
Spanish Navy, sir.
Given the current political situation, would we be concerned? Should we be concerned?
Okay, so officially, you guys are not at war, but it's kind of a Cold War thing. You're not exactly friendly either. You are also very aware of the Guarda Costa, which is... it would not be unusual for them to come stop you and demand to inspect your cargo and maybe be dicks about it.
You have no cargo, so it's like...
Have they run up any signals, like flags, instructions?
Not that you recognize. But what you do see is right after they run up their colors, they do change course to intercept.
Well,
they're turning to meet us, sir.
I say we outsail them. What do you think, Rogers? Unless they signal us otherwise.
Now, you try to run, they may figure you're a bad guy.
I think we can beat them at this point.
Well, we won't try and run. We'll just try and outsail them.
We're just going to take attack, and it's going to be a faster attack than they do.
So we're going to sail casually, better than them.
I don't know.
If they're not going to run, yeah.
What
if
is
they're not going to
your
run up
actual
instructions,
intention?
Why not? Just to escape over the horizon.
Okay. You're just going to change so you can get out of sight of them so you can redirect and not be there when they get there.
Yeah, so it'll
Something
cost us
like
a couple
that.
hours. Exactly. It'll cost us a couple
Alright.
hours, but we avoid the encounter.
We're not going to make it look like we're running. We're just going to make it look like we're sailing normally. We're just going to do it in such a way that, using our tack or the wind against them or for us or however that may turn out to make an escape.
Yeah,
Well, they've
and
got the
since-
weather
since
gauge
we
on
were- Well, I thought we were heading into the wind,
you. You are,
so-
and they're ahead of you. Therefore, they have the weather gauge.
but we can tack the other way and just go before the
Well,
wind.
You are going to attempt a seamanship contest effectively here, I would say, to see if you can't
Shit.
pull
Maybe
a
apply
pull a
the
quick one on them.
maybe apply the control rolls to both ships.
Seamanship based
well,
fast talk.
Control roll might not be a bad idea in that case.
Since
I
you
could-
are
I could
not
see
only just
that.
doing the sail thing, but it's like, how well you control it.
Now they would have the advantage on you, probably with speed. But other than that, if they're not expecting you to pull some shenaniganry, it's possible you could actually lose them.
And also, I think this is very important. If they were formally asking us to stand to, I think we would do that, but they're not. They
That
just
is the case.
Well, now I don't know how they would tell you that until they get in close
Say
enough to
that
actually tell you
they'd
that.
they'd send up a flag, a line of
there's-
flags.
I don't see that being a universal symbol.
Well,
No,
generally,
it's
at
pretty.
least
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, at least in the all my knowledge is from the books, the Aubrey Mattering stuff, is they would generally fire a cannon, first to go, hey, pay attention, and then run up the colors and the signals and such like that, like stand the hell down.
Yeah, the flags themselves are not language based. They're fairly universal. They indicate things like distress or, aggression.
I know that some of them are. I don't know this case, so I am ignorant.
We'll run up
So-
the middle finger
Well,
flag.
I mean, I guess the question is, do they mean to let us know they want us to stop? Is the question, because they can let us know at this distance.
So what I will say is they will signal you to stop. However the hell
Shit. Okay.
however the hell that works.
Yeah, so they run up a line of flags that says,
Cannon
vessel.
shot to get the attention. And
Yeah. All right, so Hayden and Rogers' hopes are dashed. This,
Well,
this
unless you
faster,
decide you want to try to pull something, but
Well,
yeah.
no, it's a faster, better armed vessel, and they've seen us, and they know that we've seen them, and so we really have no choice but to meet them on their terms.
All right, so
And the British
Yep.
were at war with the Spanish at some point, yeah?
Yeah, but not
that
now.
long ago.
So,
Well, 10 years ago?
so
Yep.
I don't think it was
that's a
even
fair
that
while
long.
ago.
Where did that end? End of the war? No, it's 4 years ago.
So it's Cold War still.
Mm-hmm.
Then we will
And-
not try and outrun.
And for the
Yeah,
record,
agreed.
they're going to be at war again in 2 years, so
We don't
it's
know that.
ramping up. The players
It might
know
be
that.
because of us.
You know the tensions are going up. All right, so the captain's current orders are to heave to.
Indeed.
All right, so you guys will lose some time as you come to more or less a stop. If you're not aware, the way heaving to works is you don't actually drop all your sails. What you do is you set them opposite each other so that they cancel each other out. And it basically makes the ship hold station.
What
I
year
did
are
not
we
know
again?
that.
And the Spanish sloop will approach quickly, and then come alongside and throw a couple of grapples over
Before they
to.
before they come aboard or before they come close,
Anyone
will
got anything to
instruct
declare?
Randall to hide the loots.
And I will instruct the crew to put their weapons in the locker, including Davino.
Right.
Firearms, I mean.
Yeah.
Hand
Oh, yeah.
weapons are fine, just no gunpowder weapons.
Yep.
Do we
Oh,
know
What year are we again?
Lock up the rifle.
25.
1725.
So in 1817, the Code of Signals was published. And that had was it Marriott flags? So there is a universal, or at least it has been published, a standard.
Right.
set of
Well,
flags.
that's a long way away.
Well,
Things are
it's a
very different at this
codification.
time.
It's a codification of things that have been used for a long time before it was.
I'm not
published.
saying you're wrong. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny it at this point. So we'll just assume that the signal is made, however that's done.
Yep.
Because there's got to be some way to do it. Because this is basically their job, to stop people that are foreigners. So yeah,
Indeed.
they will come alongside, and I think they probably grapple because they may be small enough they don't actually have a boat, and they will announce before they do that they intend to board and inspect. In Spanish, of course.
Responded. I pass that on to everybody. I don't know who else, if anybody else speaks Spanish.
Rogers does not, but being familiar with this type of situation, he will be in his best uniform and his best hat and stand at attention and be very formal and welcoming.
But it's not a military uniform because you're not in the military.
Well, yeah, it is. I still have my uniform.
It's interesting. How would that be? Do you wear the uniform after you're out?
I can if I wish.
I mean, I guess there's nothing stopping you.
Well, say for instance I was invited to a wedding. Do I need a tuxedo, or can I just wear my uniform?
Yeah, I don't know. They don't even have a standard uniform yet at this point.
Well, anyway, Rogers will treat these visitors with distinction.
Well, if nothing else, you like your best suit, whatever that is. Maybe like a uniform stripped of any actual markings
No.
and stuff like that.
Nope. Markings are still there. I earned those.
Yeah, that's going to get us into trouble.
I don't think so. It's a sign of respect.
I think the worst that would happen is they would come aboard if there were somebody dressed like they're in the Navy still. They might consider this a naval vessel, but you guys can make the case that it's civilian and whatever.
Well, the point is to treat them with respect, not to demand respect.
Exactly. So,
That's how Hayden would be dressed.
now I have to look. Oh,
Yeah, it's
right.
the-
I'll
Yeah.
come out
Sort
with
of-
the wine.
Sort of whaler's uniform from tail end of Master Commander.
I'll have
Yeah.
the wine.
So still uniform-like, but not actually his service uniform.
Well, that's really not even a uniform. That's just
That's just
standard
clothes.
17th century clothing. Which looks like a uniform to us, but yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, so providing nobody gives any resistance, and I believe that's the case, then the Spanish will send some people aboard. They will greet you as if this is all very very normal and procedural. They will demand to inspect your cargo.
Is Article the only one that actually speaks Spanish?
I don't think so. I can do a quick test, though.
Nope, I don't speak Spanish.
Hayden will be very forthcoming, so any cargo, if we have a manifest, Hayden will hand that over, making the whole experience as easy for them as possible.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing to show them.
It's like, I think they're violating my, was it 5th Amendment rights? 4th Amendment rights? Legal search and seizure?
There's still colonies at this point.
That's 80 years from now.
50 years. Yeah, no, I typed that in there because if the GM types something in the or anybody speaks in one of the language fonts, then it'll say understood by yada yada.
Ah. Right.
And so all I see is Article and Divino.
Well, I presume Article has already sort of fallen into the, right, I'm the translator guy.
All right, well, since
I don't understand why you guys don't speak more languages.
Since the result was bad and not poor. Oh, hold on. Actually, I will have Divino make a animal handling roll.
Oh, that fucking monkey.
Gosh,
God damn it.
You see Boom going for his hat.
I make a little get over here. And,
And you stomp your foot. No, no, no. You're not sure they're going to get off this ship without losing something or other.
Well, without them losing something, so I'm expecting them to lose something.
Steal something.
Yeah, I'm
So
expecting them to lose something. I just prefer
Does Boom
him
get
not
the
to
hat?
notice.
No, he does not.
Not this
Okay,
time.
good.
Divino spotted it in time. So yeah, you take them down into the hold. You squeeze them down into the hold. Because everything's squeezed around here. And yeah, there's nothing down there but food, and that's several days old. And yeah, there's nowhere to hide anything on this ship, so it makes it really easy for them.
We're not going to ask where Randall keysted that compass.
I'm walking funny.
They do ask if you intend to do trade, and they ask where you're going.
We mentioned I thought we weren't allowed to trade.
Does that mean we can't purchase anything from them?
That's another matter, but we'll get back to that later.
All right. I don't understand the words of the conversation, but I completely understand the situation we're in. So when this part of the conversation arises, I will bring up the single bottle of spiced rum that I have bought, and I will give it to the lieutenant or whoever is inspecting us, and I will say, "For you."
Obrigado.
And he's going to be like, "Are you trying to bribe me? Is that what's going on? Do you have something
Why
to hide?
would he
You're
ask
trying
me
to bribe
that?
I don't know.
Why would
He's
someone
already
who is
seen-
looking to be bribed ask?
They've already seen the
Are you
hold.
trying to
They know
bribe
you
me?
don't have a damn thing.
That's true. They're like,
It's like
are
they
you
would-
sure you want to give this to me? I think
They
this
would
is
tax
all you have.
Well,
If we don't have anything to tax, does that mean we get a tax return?
Right.
No.
Since effectively what you are doing there is getting a good reaction with, that is technically a bribe. It's a small one, but
Oh, yeah,
then again,
technically.
you're not trying to really get away with anything here, so.
Right. It's actually just the way commerce works in this part of the world.
So I'll call that diplomacy, Or merchant, maybe? No, diplomacy.
Boo.
Well,
You know
will have
what?
gotten
I'm gonna luck
bonuses
it.
for the situation. Unless
Oh.
you want to luck it.
If I
You
don't
also
need to luck it, I won't, but I will if I need to.
you also with a diplomacy you fall back on your natural reaction, so you can't get a bad reaction from a diplomacy roll.
I think the bird's pissed at me.
Maybe.
Laughing
If
at
you want to re-roll it, it's whether or not you want them to leave smiling or just meh.
Honestly, I would like them to be glad that they let us go.
It's gonna be like
It
that.
just
So
wasn't
I'll-
meant to be.
Benny, Benny,
I'll take the fail by one.
Benny,
Hey, oh yeah,
Fuck my
Benny.
life.
You got a Benny. You can do that.
use your Benny.
Succeed. Success by 0.
Oh, okay. Good enough.
As it happens, the captain of the cutter or the sloop,
Lieutenant.
well, he is the captain, whether or not he's officially captain. He's actually, I wonder how that works in Spanish Navy, but never minding that. I'm assuming
I'm British,
it's similar.
so and I'm not a naval officer type, so I look at him and go, I think that's a lieutenant.
At any rate, he happens to really like Jamaican rum, and it's like, yeah, all right. Gracias.
De
What do you
nada.
call me?
And they leave you without further incident.
Except for the limpet mine they just placed on us.
What are you talking
No,
about?
they
That guy's
didn't.
going to be like, this is awesome rum. And then he's like, where's my stopwatch? Or where's my time, my watch? And the monkey's playing with it.
Claude is playing with it with the monkey.
Yeah.
That's true.
Oh, that was the Sangre del Corazon was the name of the ship.
Blood of the heart.
Yeah. Don't ask me, man.
Heart's blood.
All right, well, so you lost some time, but that's all you lost. Well, and some booze.
And my luck roll.
And a luck roll that might have been put to better use.
Well, luckily it's 8:30, so maybe quick, throw in some lots of stalling.
Combat.
All right, well, was there going to be anything else for day 2? Let me see here. No. No, we'll save that part for later. All right. Yeah, so other than that delay, you're going to have made some decent time. Let me add the delay in here. So that's day 2. We'll call that an hour. And moving on to day 3. Weather is about the same, although by the time you round the point, the winds are going to be on your other side instead. Day's business. Navigation roll.
With the weather, are you using real world recorded weather for the time?
Yes, some sort of. It's kind of difficult, actually. All right, we got a success for that. Control roll from the chat, 3d6.
Captain Button, please make a 3d6 roll and a reaction roll, I guess.
And while we're at that, we need scouting from Rogers. Okay, good scouting. Good teaching. There's probably no reason you can't rotate through everybody, but yeah, you're probably going to focus on the landsman.
Absolutely.
Holy God!
Holy my goodness!
That will
Alrighty.
be a +2.
Oh, the assist.
For the assist.
All right, we got a
My
success and a good. So we will have 20% for the day, which is the same as yesterday. And that's going to put us at 363 knots. One tack, and the other tack is also 363. Yeah, for the record, it's just under 4 knots, and that means if the sea were actually you could walk on it, you could run faster than the ship is going.
Well done, John. Making us look bad.
All right, now where did my tables go? I need that
Yeah,
one.
that's amusing. So he's got an 8 on the control and a good reaction on the encounter.
Ah, traffic.
We run into
Need,
that
Palange.
guy again.
Oh my God.
No further sightings. Interesting. That means... I'm going to have to re-roll that one then. And we're going to be like that. All right, fine. So, for the day, anybody doing anything different? Or just sticking with the same?
Same old.
Only teaching.
Trying to figure out how to communicate with the chick. With the language.
All right.
It seems appropriate with him, considering he's got language talent, that he would try to figure
That's
out
true.
how to do, turn this into a proper language.
I was going to say give me a roll, but never mind that. You got so many damn bonuses. It's going to be hard for you to fail it, honestly. So basically, you're making.
How do I not have linguistics?
You're making progress with the communication, and what you have learned from her specifically is that she's trying to get back to her ship.
Okay.
And her ship is to the west. And she can't be more specific than that.
You might be able to actually
But we
teach
don't
her
have
letters with your skills.
Yeah.
You could try to teach her to read.
Yeah.
I have no idea how long that would take, but maybe.
If she's familiar with a ship, she would know. She would be able to at least write the letters of the name.
Oh, just by drawing them, yeah, not knowing what they mean.
Well, they would know. She'd probably know
Maybe.
that this means, the ship's name, and this is what it looks like. She'd probably be able to write her own name.
That's not necessarily true. Most illiterate people couldn't sign their own names. That's why you get to make your mark.
Right, but at least she would have seen the name of her ship on numerous occasions.
Yeah, it doesn't mean she can reproduce it. And in this case, no, she can't reproduce it.
I've put a token on the map of Haiti as to where we are. Do you want to move that to roughly where we are?
Oh, hold that thought. Where'd that map go? I lost it.
It's called SD Map Haiti.
Yeah, I know. I just don't know where I put it. Yeah, I had that thing out here. Maybe I closed it and didn't realize it.
You can just go to the images and type it in.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting there. Damn it. Keep your pantyhose on. Yeah, you're not even that far yet. Oh, that's where you're going. Let's see. When you guys ran into the Guarda Costa, you were around here somewhere.
Probably want a lock token scale on that one too.
Fine. Gah.
Good GM. Well done. Have yourself a Benny.
Or a cookie. Maybe a cookie.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen. All right, let's see.
I don't want you to have a cookie?
So we were going. Okay, I was going down the list. All right, so article, you were working with Dora.
Dora. Our ship's name is the Explorer.
And like I said, you figured out that she's actually trying to get back to her ship. Let's see. Anybody else? So during the day, for one thing, you get at one point Ollie ends up chasing Boom around the ship trying to get something back that he stole, yelling, "Give it here, you wee bastard!" And of course, Boom doesn't respond because he can't hear him.
Talked a lot of Davina.
Sometime during the day, Ollie goes to Sir Randall, sort of on the down low, and he said, and he basically lets you know that he's got a pool going on what Mr. Bold's real story is.
Uh-oh. Are you a compulsive gambler, Randall?
Not compulsive.
So there are a couple of thoughts running around right now. He won't say who's signed up for what and for how much, but one being he's an escaped slave, and what was the other one? That he's actually an African prince on the run.
That's where I put my money.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, I'm going with African Prince.
Actually, no. I'm going to put my money on he's, a fairy prince in disguise.
You need to say that when Red is around.
Absolutely.
What are you putting on in the pool for it?
Oh, right. I have literally no money, so I can't do that. I forgot that I was so broke I can't even pay attention.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same way. I mean,
no, I'm serious. I have zero money. I intentionally spent absolutely everything.
exactly the same way. At least I can't figure out what my money is, because things got a little weird.
So are you contributing? Or do you not have anything to contribute?
For now, I'll tell I'd like to. I'll tell them, I'd love to, but give me a little bit of time to think on those options.
Oh yeah. It'll probably be a while for them to find out.
And I'll hint that there might be even more to it than just those.
Get back to me later.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Of course, Bold's been a big mystery. He doesn't talk about where he came from. He said he's from
who's
London,
running this?
but Ollie, yeah.
Isn't that who I've been teaching to scan the horizon?
No, that was
no.
yeah, that's the kid.
Ah, okay.
By the way, another one of those things. Furlong is apparently the nicknamer. And so by this point, you've heard pretty much all the other nicknames. So Red is Lucky. Claude is Frenchy. Who else do we have?
What is Bold gonna be? Blackie, and Spider Monkey Kid is gonna be Climby.
No, he calls Bold London, and Ollie's Mac, for obvious reasons. And Henry is the other monkey.
The other monkey.
And
Hey, other monkey!
and he calls Rob Salty. And if he's got nicknames for all of you PCs, you don't know what they are.
Yeah.
Okay, so and that is who's coming around with this pool about London.
No, that was Ollie was the one with the pool, and Furlong is the one with the nicknames.
Ah, okay. Well, Ollie is the one that I want to talk to if he comes to me. If he doesn't approach Rogers, it's not my business.
What are the chances? Well, there are. This
It's
is
a
a
small
small
I don't know.
ship.
Yeah, but it's like there's the two former British naval officers. They may
That's true.
let's not deal with them.
He might specifically try. I'll give it a chance, though. One or two. No, he hasn't come to you yet.
All right. So I've heard word of this, but I haven't. It hasn't come to my direct attention. So, all right.
All right. Well,
Oh
now
man,
as
maybe
far
he'll
as the
he'll have the frickin' Bold will have a new language for me to learn. Ooh.
Let's see. So during the day, there is a spot of rain that comes by, and it comes down just enough that it wets the sails nicely enough. You get a little bit of a boost, and the winds shift a little, so you kind of make up for the loss you had the other day. I wonder if that even works. I guess we'll see. All right, so it was pretty early in the day when you guys hit the island and cut back the other direction, and so you figure you're probably going to make Santo Domingo tomorrow, maybe late in the day. And with that, we will move on to tomorrow.
Whoever has been talking to our passenger should inform our passenger. Not it.
Chat room should get ready to make a 3d6 and a
right,
reaction roll.
Let's see, make sure we're actually where we're supposed to be. Okay, yada yada. That was that. All right, yeah, checklist. All right, blah blah blah. Weather is hasn't changed much. Navigation is good. Control roll is coming up. Scouting from Rogers. It's good.
Outstanding. And also the teaching.
You don't actually need to roll that, though.
Okay.
We'll just assume you're long term doing that. They're getting their time spent for it. Davino with the traffic.
Seamanship
Ermagerd.
assist.
It's friendly, so it's the same ship that we just have left.
No, not in this case.
And chat room, if you want to make 3d6 and reaction roll, please.
All right, let me get that out of the way. Right, that one.
So it's a 7 and neutral.
All right, we get success and neutral. All right. That is all of them, so that is going to be 363 on the knots.
We've passed the island, right?
Yeah. Okay. And so, let me get a time period on that. That's going to be evening. Okay. About 6 in the evening, you get a call out for sail. And that was... Where'd it go?
Doesn't I make it?
Haha, no.
He's lost.
If it's lost, it should be the Jupiter.
Yeah, sail 2 points off the larboard bow.
What's that 2 points mean?
It's 2 compass points. It's a little bit off the... It's a little bit to the left ahead of you. So this is occurring a little bit before sundown, and you spot sail 2 masts. A little bit later, looks like a schooner probably, and is flying French.
We can take a
schooner is 2-masted fore and aft rig, really common in the region. Hold on, let me find the thing. I should
bigger,
give these to you
smaller.
Before. Hold on.
With 2 masts, I figured it'd be big.
The Dame Blanche is a schooner. It's a topsail schooner, so it's pretty similar to this. This one's probably a 100-ton schooner, about as big as you normally see them. And they're sailing to leeward of you, so they're giving you passing rights.
In traveler terms, they're a scout ship, and so are we.
Yeah, probably.
Except they're French. We should take her.
The French haven't learned how to suck yet. Never mind that.
They're time travelers.
Shush.
That looks just like the French flag.
Anyway,
no,
they're
it doesn't. That's fighting words, buddy.
They're on an opposite course, so
It's
they're
red, white, and blue.
Clearly going the other direction,
Has
probably going to
stripes.
Santo Domingo.
So we wave and
Blue,
keep on
white,
flying.
and red.
So yeah, if you guys don't do anything, you just pass each other and wave, and that's that.
You just smile and wave.
Let's see. And other than that, early in the morning, Mogridge actually hops out onto the bow and, or not on the bow, off to one side, and does a bit of fishing.
Ooh, that sounds like a good idea.
He doesn't catch much, but
Who is doing it?
that's Salty, the old man.
That's Robert.
Yeah.
I would like to fish.
You guys share some time doing the fishing. You manage to catch a couple. Good for the night's meal anyway. So you guys
Along
eat
with
like kings.
trying to talk to translate stuff to Dora.
Dora has you started after a couple of days, and she's gotten a little more comfortable around the ship. She's taken to sitting out on the bowsprit, the pointy bit at the front.
Is she safe, or is she
Oh,
precarious?
No, she's secure there, but yeah, you've also noticed that she's very
our witch.
comfortable. She's very comfortable on this ship, on a ship. I mean, she looks like she's been at sea.
Well, of course, she wants to get back to her ship.
So after you've seen her moving around and stuff, and you can tell that she actually knows her business.
Article, you've been communicating well with this young lady. Perhaps you can find out how it is that she found herself on the island and separated from her ship.
Yep, working on that.
Yeah, that one's a little more complicated.
I will try to explain to Hayden the difficulties of communicating in languages you don't understand by shifting into Irish Gaelic.
Hayden will nod. I can imagine how difficult that would be.
Yeah, it's a shame you don't speak Gaelic too.
Who, Hayden?
Yes.
That would have
Yeah.
been funny.
Good bet.
I've
that
never
either-
had a need for
either
it
Ollie
before,
or
but
Rob might speak it.
I've never had a need for it before, but your skill in languages has been proving useful.
I get to fuck you, cunt.
Ah, you speak Gaelic too.
No, I speak Australian.
Yeah, I think that means something else in Australia, and they use it all the time. Except for Brian. Brian doesn't.
Yes, I do.
Just not here.
No.
You
Just
should
not
really,
while
you should
push
cut
talk
loose
is on.
sometimes. Come on, you cunt.
It
You
is-
fucking bastards.
It is a very frequently used word, especially amongst friends. You know you're very good friends if you call, the other person a cunt.
I appreciate that.
Something we had briefly discussed on the boards, and now seems like a reasonable time to do it. Who cooks?
Not if you know.
Not it.
I was kind of thinking, since there's really nobody that specializes for that, it's probably a safe bet that you guys just kind of rotate cooking duties.
Who looks more cook-like?
Actually,
So
you
the
know what?
food is
Davina will take
terrible
on
every
cooking
day?
duties. Davina will take on cooking duties.
He's probably no
Oh.
worse than the rest. And to be fair, you don't need the cooking skill to actually cook. what you need is survival. If you got cooking skill, you can make it taste good. If you got survival, you can make it edible.
I have surgery.
I'm gonna start putting some points into cooking. That's
Well,
just
why
a
the hell
fun
not?
branch to go down. So
It's gonna be one of those where everybody sees this gruff, battle-hardened dude, and he's like, "Taste this. What does it need? Need more
He-
salt? Yeah."
What? He's trying to get the monkey to taste it. The monkey runs away. We're like, oh
yeah,
god.
there we go.
Or
Well,
yeah, you look at that though. The monkey tastes it and then gives him the thumbs up
Cat
with
likes
a
it.
big grin.
Cat's all
Well, if
about
he runs
that
away,
fish,
you know
too.
he won't steal it.
If the monkey eats it, I'll eat it. But if the monkey is scared of it, I am too.
Speaking of that, well, let's see. I know Davino has Survival Island Beach. I don't know about anybody else. Who's got Survival?
Nope.
I have Survival Island Beach.
Hayden does.
Yeah, so any of you guys could actually clean and gut a fish.
Nope. I caught the fish.
It's not my job.
Well, actually,
Does not seem
I don't know.
very
I don't think it's
officer-like.
skill.
I don't think Hayden's gutted a fish in a long time.
Probably not, but he could do it if he had to.
Well, today is not that day for Rogers.
All right. Well, other than a bit of beneficial weather, you guys have a mostly uneventful day, and up to sundown, you had the passing French ship, and it's a little bit after dark by the time that you expect you have reached the waters around Santo Domingo, and you do in fact see the lighthouses and whatnot along the way. So you're
And it's on
confident
fire?
you're in the right place. It is not on fire.
Oh. Being attacked by dinosaurs?
And there it is.
Looks like a painting.
So, you know that you guys all know that the ones that have knowledge of the Caribbean, which is most of you, at the very least, you know that this is the oldest settlement in the Caribbean. But it's not the largest, at least not these days. It used to be like the Spanish
Santo
capital around
Domingo's
here.
seaport. More wretched hive of scum and villainy.
It still does a brisk business here, but Havana and Cartagena and some of the other ones have taken precedence over it. But and plus, Hispaniola in general has had a rather rough time with the pirates up until more recently. But yeah, it's a for real city here. Not as big as Kingston, but close enough. But it is very Spanish.
Right. More a wretched hive of scum and villainy. We must be cautious.
So are they real cliffs?
I guess so.
So the real location has cliffs there?
Yeah, evidently.
I
And
guess it's quite fortifiable.
yeah, there's anchorages out there in the bay. But you guys have arrived here basically after dark, so you may end up wanting to park it somewhere outside and wait until morning to enter. But this one's fairly open. You might be able to get away with it. Up to you.
It is a very deep port. There is no risk.
Not much. I think your bigger risk would be traffic.
So we'll bring it in and we'll row the boat. We'll row the ship in
Gently down the
to
stream.
a safe anchorage.
That's right. Gently down the stream.
That's an interesting question. Do you actually have sweeps on this thing?
Ah.
Because that might come up later. There are also anchorages upriver. Now I believe if you actually you don't have any cargo, so you have no reason to actually pull up to the quay.
That's a big river.
Yeah. But in absence of an actually decent cliffhanger here, this is actually probably the right place to end it. So
the town catches on fire.
With the ship approaching the bay, the lights of the city in the background, we cut to black, cue the music, roll credits.
Kaiju!
Kaiju.
No, though. Seriously, no kaiju.
No kaiju. They're all in the Pacific.
Wrong campaign.
That's actually
no
a valid point. Good point, yeah.
Alright, so one character point for everybody.
Gracias.
Let's see. Technically, you guys were in sort of kind of combat. So, I will give you the -1 stability point. And we've had plenty of time to get over it, though. Well, go ahead and take it. We'll deal with that later. I'm not going to make you roll for more than that, since you guys weren't actually... No, actually, somebody did pull the trigger.
Additional -1?
Yes, I did.
That's right. Randall shot the guy in the head.
Yeah, 2 of you killed somebody. So the 2 of you
I
that
don't know what
killed
you're talking
somebody, you guys get an extra -1.
And the rest
And
of us stay the same?
How long does it take to recover stability points?
So the way it works is you take time to meditate. It actually works quite a bit like Night's Black Agents in that regard. But specifically, I will pull that up just so we can have that conversation. What was that? That was setbacks. 3103. Regaining. As long as you're above 0, you regain 1 stability point for every 10 minutes in a relaxing situation. So, for instance, the fishing probably would have counted.
Well, we've been
okay.
at sea
Defined
for
as
like
any
3 days.
defined as any situation in which +4 or more for routine tasks would apply. So, a lot of your job is going to be relaxing for that purpose. Yeah.
So we would have recovered it over the last
So you guys will have recovered however many points you took in that regard.
So, no stability loss?
Yeah, looks like you guys would have recovered that.
Okay.
If you actually get down below 0, the mechanic changes a little bit. And it's also harder to recover long-term stability loss.
When does Cthulhu arrive?
He's on schedule.
Fifth of never.
Alright, so culture shock,
February
no, drug
30th.
use, no, fear, no, mental disturbance, probably not. Get the battle thing, yeah, that looks like it on the stability. So nobody's any crazier.
Yeah.
Any business to take care of on the way out?
I realized after the fact that with all of my languages, I absolutely should have had linguistics. So I retroactively spent a point to put into linguistics.
All right. That is fine. I was poking around Davino's sheet earlier because I was updating the social engineering grid and realized he didn't have savoir-faire military or savoir-faire navy. Which, he was in the Navy. He should have had that.
He should have had that.
He might throw a point in it.
Yeah, I'll
Love
put that
your
new
fellow
point in
man.
here for that.
And I scrolled myself for having missed it.
So Hayden has savoir-faire military. That should be Navy.
No, military's fine. I don't think there's an actual Navy skill in there, but since you guys are all Navy, it makes sense. Somebody put Navy. I think it may have been Kerry put Navy on his.
Yeah, I put savoir-faire naval.
Yeah, it's the same thing as far as I'm concerned.
Cool beans.
How long would it take for Hayden to be able to put a point into vehicle bond?
I would say just spend the points. There's not a real mechanical reason for that. Sort of, it's
We
kinda
have
this-
spent was it 6 months getting it prepared? So
Oh,
you were spending all that time on the
yeah,
boat.
that's true.
But that's not at sea and learning how the ship handles and stuff.
You have currently been at sea for. Hold on. Today's the 10th. Or rather, the end of the 10th. So 9 days total. Or is that the beginning of. I think that's from the 1st of January. Yeah. So you haven't been at sea for 9 days, but it's been 9 days since the campaign started.
Have you been updating the calendar log?
Not in game. There is a company log on the spreadsheet, which I've gone ahead and added some stuff to. I have been trying to remember to update the calendar. I have advanced the current date on the calendar, so that is correct.
Ooh, I have to get my time spent stuff put in there, don't I?
Yeah, we probably will want to do that at some point. I haven't added that to the spreadsheet, so maybe I'll get around to doing that this week if people are actually wanting to go ahead and track it.
And Hayden has a little over 2 weeks before he makes his first dying roll.
Yeah, he's getting up there.
It's
And
gonna be amusing if you straight up rolled an 18 on your first dying one.
Can I have your stereo?
I
Clear
want his
out
jacket.
his journal history.
so yeah, I wanted to actually bring up.
I'm not dead yet. You realize that?
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up the company log just so you guys know the log's there. If you guys actually start keeping that up, that would be cool. But if you don't need it, you don't need it. What was the other thing? Damn it! Somebody tell me.
The other thing.
No, not that one. Crap. No, it was one of the things. Oh, right. Sync kits. So I asked the question on the board about sync kits, and I didn't get an answer. So we'll need to sort that out now. Let me pull the map up again. So the question was, or rather the setup to the question was, that you guys had discussed in the process that you wanted to go to sync kits at some point in the process here. But what was not decided was whether to go there before Barbados or after Barbados. And specifically, we're talking about that place right there.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah. Why
Now you-
did we want to go there?
Because it's like the
No, I mean,
number
it was-
one
I think
British
it was-
spot.
I thought it was, somebody had a thing.
Nobody has a thing there. It is not the capital of British interest in the Caribbean, but I think it will be, or it's a big time English port right there.
That's
and
why
actually,
we don't go there next.
you
It's on
could.
the way.
Depends on trade winds. How the trade winds normally work here.
I don't know why it never occurred to me to actually put the stupid wind thing on there. I'm putting it on
Shows
there now.
the winds. Isn't that the winds, those arrows, or is that current?
Those arrows. Oh, yeah, that's true. It is showing you the trade winds on there. Yeah, those are valid.
I mean,
Yeah,
we'll spend the most time not, and then just kind of we use St. Kitts on the way back to grab cargo.
So
Why
right
did we
now,
need to go to Barbados? Somebody had something in Barbados, I think.
Davino has Barbados.
Okay.
You guys just talked about going to St. Kitts. There's also Martinique there, which is a big French port, kind of on the way. Other than that, those are just for personal interest, I guess, at this point, unless you decide otherwise.
Wind, with respect to the usual wind direction, it's better to go to Barbados first and then St. Kitts on the way back.
I don't think there's an advantage one way or the other.
Well, St. Kitts would be directly into the wind.
Right. Well, you're going to have to tack to get there, but the other side of it is when you're coming back from Barbados. I don't know, because if you're coming back from Barbados, you're gonna go to the north side of the islands there, so you kind of have to go that way anyway. I don't know. It's just a matter of whether you want to break it up, because the straight shot to Barbados is a long trip. It's going to be like a whole week.
There's a mystery island there as well.
Fantasy Island?
We don't talk about that place.
Yeah, I want to go to Fantasy Island.
But the question for now is Kitts first or Kitts after Barbados?
Well, I personally don't have a preference.
I think after.
I like the idea of after, because if we need to pick something up in Barbados or pick up cargo in Barbados, we have Kitts to easily drop it off in. And then vice versa, Kitts to drop off wherever else we go on our way.
Okay. Then Kitts after. So actually that means we will... Oh, come on. Play along, you stupid pointer. Alright, so we're going to go there first.
Charge.
And then go there. So the overall voyage has been so amended. Right, done. I think I may be missing a question that I wanted to ask, but I don't remember it now, so that will be enough then. So if you're watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord.
You suck!
Because you suck. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
Good night.
Have a good one.
One day we're going to let you actually get all the way through that part, Daniel.
I
Did you
kinda
say
doubt it.
albumin?